若说这美人，老夫这平生只见过一人，不信您且看。这是个缔造了时代的女人。当然，一个时代的缔造者，总会有那么一副巧言善辩的喉舌，以及一把没有感情的兵器。哎，可说到底，蜡烛的火焰下，不也是柔弱的东西吗？而火焰后面未曾被照亮的地方，足以倾覆时代的阴谋，正悄然涌现。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，它会让一切继续。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
终于来了吗？这庸俗人间的谄媚之音。误入歧途的孩子，就该再度接受我们的洗礼。不，这可不是最好的方式。地狱来客的羔羊不容沾染人间的野蛮。对于音乐家而言，乐理才是真正的武器。舞台已经拉开，来自地狱的交响乐已经响起。从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，
拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在那里召唤我。
说来可笑，我曾相信过那些愚蠢的幻影，但那一切却随着这些世俗的喧嚣支离破碎。放弃浮华的表象，我选择重生，去探索那些真正帮助过我的小生命们。进入那些荒野，真正的智慧隐匿其中，而我将成为他们的主宰。
Stuck here under this curse forever,
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运，艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。他生来就背负无尽的才华，却从未全心接纳。但当来到巅峰，身处末路时，只需要轻轻点拨，他就会将自己完全出卖。你将看到整个世界的律动，也将被无处不在的琴弦所控制。尽情享受这份契约吧，让恶魔的弦音在整个世界奏响，直到终曲。
Lo and behold, a fascinating combination of greed, pride, lust, oh, and wannabes. My dearest leading man brandishes himself like a lowly bourgeoisie. The affectionate gaze and the flirtatious chuckle. Seems like my supporting actress has found her better role. The elegy of a shadow sings the unattainable wonders and gloom reality. I hope this bedtime story doesn't end in a hurry. The swinging steps and the lively melodies, the meticulous portrayals and the fame-seeking parodies, all of which converge below the spotlight and belongs to me.
从极北之地直插欧洲，这是本世纪伟大的创举。
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克。
然而，大公的死，却让整列车厢的人都被贴上了嫌犯的标签。警长先生需要在这趟穿越风雪的旅程结束前，找出真相。
对于我们这些人而言，越亲密的人越危险。你说对吗，索菲亚小姐？啊，不对，应该称呼您为大公夫人。
索菲亚疑点重重，毕竟与王权相关的人都不那么简单。
这列车里藏着太多秘密与恶意，
小心，陛下的恶犬可不怀好意。
大公夫人是无辜的，说到宜兄，不该先去问问那些尊贵的特使们吗？
大公夫妇之间的恩怨人尽皆知，真相其实早就清晰。
真相真的那么重要吗？血祭之时，我们所有的秘密与爱恨，都会像身后的故国一样遥不可及，不是吗？
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克，下一站即将抵达布列斯特，下一站即将抵达布拉迪斯拉发，下一站即将抵达维恩。
若说这美人，老夫这平生只见过一人，不信您且看。这是个缔造了时代的女人。当然，一个时代的缔造者，总会有那么一副巧言善辩的喉舌。以及一把没有感情的兵器。哎，可说到底，蜡烛的火焰下，不也是柔弱的灯芯吗？而火焰后面未曾被照亮的地方，足以倾覆时代的阴谋，正悄然涌现。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，他 他会让一切继续。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
终于来了吗？这庸俗人间的谄媚之音。误入歧途的孩子，就该再度接受我们的洗礼。不，这可不是最好的方式。地狱来客的羔羊不容沾染人间的野蛮。对于音乐家而言，乐理才是真正的武器。舞台已经拉开，来自地狱的交响乐已经响起。从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在那里召唤我。
说来可笑，
我曾相信过那些愚蠢的幻影，但那一切却随着这些世俗的喧嚣支离破碎。放弃浮华的表象，我选择重生，去探索那些真正帮助过我的小生命们。到密林去，或进入那些荒野。真正的智慧隐匿其中，而我将成为他们的主宰。
Stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. It just and
And hello guys, welcome to week 2 of the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2020. Super duper excited for today's broadcast, but you know what, before we get into talking about what happened during week 1, going into week 2, quick intro. Of course, I am Articuno, and joining me, of course, is my partner in crime, as usual, Poch Spice. Poch, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm pretty excited to see some amazing Identity 5 matches. It's day number 4, second week ahead, and we're in the thick of it, Articuno. We want to find out the top 4, the best of the best, and this is how we do it. IVC Southeast Asia 2020. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I mean, during the start of the week, we were talking about how we would love to see Southeast Asia, particularly our region, build narratives, something that we can follow. And I think after the first weekend where we got to see all 8 teams play, we finally have that building up. And I don't know about you, but for me, as somebody that not only, obviously, not just as MCs, but as avid fans of Identity 5, as avid fans of Identity 5 esports, it's finally great to have these things to look forward to over the month. It almost makes me wish that we have a full league for this. You know what I mean? Not just a tournament, but an actual full-on league that goes on for months. Fortunately, we don't have that. But you know what? Let's check out the rulings first off, too. 5 is one of the top-tier esports in both the Asia-Pacific region and the North America-Europe region, especially in Japan and Southeast Asia. There are 3 stages of the tournament: the preliminary rounds, the group stage, and the playoffs. First, 96 top-ranked teams will register in-game to qualify online. In preliminary rounds, teams will be separated into 6 groups. Each group will contain 16 teams. Each team will compete against each other in a form of best-of-3 single elimination. The top team from each group will pass to the next stage. In the second stage, which is our group stage, top 6 teams will join with 2 invited teams from Call of the Abyss 3 to make for a total of 8 teams.
The 8 teams will be separated into 2 groups of 4 teams. Each team will compete against each other in a best-of-3 round-robin format, with the top 2 teams from each group moving on to the playoff rounds. Finally, in the playoff round, each team will be placed against each other by seeding, and will compete in a best-of-3 double elimination format, with a final round to be played in a best-of-5 format. Group stages and playoffs will be live broadcast on the Identity 5 official social media channels. The loser finals and finals will be an offline event. October 25th will mark the big day to find our champion in the IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. Now, let's move on to the tournament rules. First, teams will compete in Legendary mode, wherein players are not allowed to use the same character in the same match. Each map will be separated into 2 halves. For the first half, survivors from Team A will compete with a hunter from Team B. Come the second half, the teams will switch sides. The survivors from Team B will compete with a hunter from Team A. A total of 7 maps are in the selection: Arms Factory, The Red Church, Sacred Art Hospital, Lakeside Village, Moonlit River Park, Leo's Memory, and our new addition to the competitive scene, Ever Sleeping Town. For the best-of-3 round, first round starts with the hunter able to ban 1 survivor, while survivors are left with no bans for hunter. After that, an increment of 1 character ban will be added per round. That said, for the second round, there will be 1 hunter and 2 survivors ban, while the third round will have 2 hunters and 3 survivors ban. In the event of an extra round, we'll be sticking with 2 hunters and 3 survivors banned like round 3. Now, for the best of 5. The first 3 rounds will follow the same banning pattern as the best of 3. However, for rounds 4 and 5, there will be a maximum ban of 3 hunters from the survivor side and 4 survivors from the hunter side. In case extra rounds are needed, we will use the same number of bans like round 5. Now let's talk about the scoring system. Each survivor escape counts as 1 point each, with another 1 bonus point awarded if all of them escape. On the flip side, hunters will get 1 point for each survivor sent back to the manor. If the hunter gets all of the survivors back to the manor, another bonus point will be awarded. The winner of the match will be determined based on the total score from both halves. For this example, in the first half, none of the survivors from Team A managed to escape, which means the hunter from Team B is awarded 5 points. Now, come the second half, let's say Team A manages to escape with 3 survivors getting 3 points, with the hunter from Team B getting 1 point. The total score of Team B are still higher than Team A, which means the winner of the match will be Team B. The tournament prize pool is a whopping 1 million Thai baht. Hope you all join us and catch the Identity 5 Southeast Asia Championship 2020. See you there.
And there you go. That was our little spiel on the rulings. Now, Pops, let's go straight into checking out the team groupings as to how the scoring went over the previous weekend, just to give a recap to our audience.
As you see here in Group A, VX leading the pack with 2 wins, but not too far behind is GK because they are actually our first matchup for today against 7H, who is tied with MP, still looking to get points on the board. Moving on to Group B, we have OSM and NR, 2-1 respectively. They gave us one heck of a match last week. After that, we'll have DT versus IVS. And as Articuno mentioned, we are slowly building up these narratives, and we're really excited to see how these group stages, or how these matches are going to change up the standings, because that is how we're going to be able to determine who is heading towards the playoffs.
Yes, sirree. And it's going to be a really good set of matches that we have today. So as you see, first up to bat is going to be 7H versus GK, and later on during the evening it's going to be IVS versus DT taking this stage. Now, as we head into week 2, there are obviously going to be some teams that are heading to this much more comfortable with where they stand as far as transitioning to the top 4, and there's a few that might want to play a little bit of catch up if they can. And this is the weekend that'll really count for those particular teams.
For sure. I think everyone has to stay glued to that second match because DT versus IVS, both these teams are very hungry to get on the board. Not to discredit 7H versus IVS. Let's actually talk about that because we're about to see the team introduction. 7H is, no slouch. They have a slew of characters up their belt and they qualified here. But going up against a big juggernaut is a huge test for them. So let's introduce them. We have Hanzo, Himawarit, SPST, Ninozateb, and Nopomomu. I hope I said that right.
No worries, it's all good, fam. And yeah, 7H had, well, they've been one of the teams. There's quite a number of familiar players on this roster. As far as their IVC run, it's been fair, I would say, so to speak, as far as how they've been playing out. Here we have Hanzo ranked 7 as violinist. Hanzo has been decent throughout this tournament, I would say, especially based on the history that we have on him. Here we have Himawarit rocking the mercenary in preference. So yeah, there we go.
Yeah, speaking of their history in this tournament, SPST as well, Cowboy, but he does rock the mercenary at some point. They went up against VX on their first outing. So they did take the fight to VX, and this is another proving ground. I believe that they're actually walking the same route as MP in terms of facing the top dogs of this competition, but they are not one to back down. Moving on to Ninozateb here, the mechanic of the group, impressive win rate, as well as a very high standard average decoding progress. So I'm pretty sure they were able to shake off the cobwebs after facing VX, and they're revved up to go now that they're up against GK.
Yeah, I mean, Ninozateb, for those of you that don't know, he has a fairly rich history as a player, but here we have Nopmumu with the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper has been a favorite in this tournament as of late with a high pick percentage. Not really up to merit for a ban though, as there have been much more higher priority survivors that hunters would ideally take away.
That's true. Usually you see Gravekeeper as a secondary, either go for Gravekeeper Merc or Merc forward. So we've been seeing a lot of those compositions, and I love how we're adjusting to and really knowing the meta behind how Southeast Asia plays competitive Identity 5, and we're showcasing it on a large scale here at IVC.
Yeah, and talking about 7H here, one of the reasons why they have been a team I've been looking forward to seeing is I'd like to highlight Ninozateb. Ninozateb, as I've said, comes with a rich history to himself. He was originally on GUM, which was the team that represented Southeast Asia in Season 2. So that's an interesting experience that comes to play that hopefully rubs off on the rest of the team. But here they will be facing GK with 72S, Skyfall for you, Sloth Top, and V8 as the primary roster. And GK, of course, living up to the expectation of a lot of the fans. Here we have 72S, superb time that he's had from the top 96 heading all the way up to the top 8 from what we've heard. So no surprises with JK, to be honest. As far as expectation, like I said, did not disappoint. Here we have Skyfall, another guy which is pretty prominent in the Southeast Asian scene.
Yes, the captain of this group, also a content creator, so do follow him on social media. So for you, a prodigy here, a mechanic. We did see for you rock the prisoner, but this is her character preference of choice. And we did see a lot of mechanics. Now, Sloth Top did buy a lot of time for his team in the first round with this character, this Seer. A Seer has been seeing a lot of tournament presence now because a lot of, I feel like the meta is shifting and getting a little heat off the Seer compared to Koa, where you did not see a Seer at all, Articuno.
Yeah, like it was basically the Seer not even seeing the light of day, but luckily this time around he has seen quite a bit of play. It has been a bit more of a rotation of sorts, but it has really come down to either preference of these teams with what they don't want to deal with, or normally it has been a response of a ban based on what we have in map. It's what we've normally coined as the triumvirate. I mean, I'm not going to dwell into that too much since we've already established that quite a bit during the first weekend. So whether or not we'll see adjustments this weekend, I would love to see, but quite frankly, I think this is like just based off what we saw from week 1, we already have a pretty solid feel of how the meta has been shaping up with Southeast Asia. But here's our predictions right now. Articuno and Potch Spice going to be going with GK on this.
Yeah, just to explain, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, just me and Articuno crunched the numbers. We've seen that, this is based on history. But then again, this is just how we see it. This is Identity 5. Anything can happen. 7H can pull off an upset here and, give GK their first L of the IVC. So it's just our predictions. Again, you can also comment and let us know what you guys think, who you think will come out on top in this clash of teams. So 7H versus GK. We talked about 7H. Neozateb actually seeing different teams. GK though, 72S. He came from VX, a great export from VX, and now he's doing a lot of, he's making a lot of waves in the IVC. Right. I'm so scared that he's actually improving because he's a scary enough hunter as it is, and we have yet to see his Bonbon. We just saw his Violinist and Bloody Queen. So what do you think of this matchup, Articuno?
I mean, I would have to agree with you. The predictions it's really hard sometimes, where on one side you want to think that some underdogs would come up, but then again you have these strong powerhouse lineups coming forward into the IVC. And take note, these are guys that didn't even have to go through a top 96, like direct invitationals for both GK and VX. So it's not really much of a surprise with how these guys have been performing. I would agree with you. I would love to see if GK's Hunter will be bringing some of the picks that he's strongly known for in ranked. Mm-hmm. But then again, you don't really need to bring any trump cards just yet. Mm-hmm. If you're comfortable with just, bring in the other hunters that you could also bring to the table. And as we've been talking about, sometimes picks have been situational in this tournament as well, based on the map that's being played out. And you also have to take into consideration sometimes what the survivor lineup is as well.
Yeah, a trend I want to point out with maps is usually people go for the big maps right away. I think just to nullify the Dream Witch pick and just snuff out the Bloody Queen or whoever their second pick is, because we have been seeing a lot of Dream Witch bans coming to the second. So I don't think people want to mess around with the Dream Witch. Right. But another thing I've noticed when it comes to the early onslaught of things is that, as we mentioned before, the Seer is actually being not priority banned. It's usually the mechanic or the mercenary. So I just find this really interesting, and I want to see how these two teams are going to play each other in terms of that, because GK, they don't shy away from the meta. But, at 7H, though, they have, you saw there was a cowboy in the lineup, and they also have different, just maybe they're the ones with the trump card. I feel like if they do pull out that trump card, this is how they can win the matchup against GK.
Righto. And interesting you mentioned that, because this is where Southeast Asia's meta for me is a bit more interesting. If you look at other regions, they're very hardcore into the meta, yes, so to speak. But I feel like Southeast Asia has its own flavor, where some teams do go by the book of the meta. Some are much more comfortable with going with preferred picks. And it's interesting with how some of the bans played out during the previous weekend, where people would respect that. They would be like, you know what? We are willing to let those meta picks slide. We think the preferred picks that some of these players are known for are much more respectable to ban, and we have no intention of wanting to deal that in the best of 3 that we go into for these matches. So it's really interesting, and I've been checking out the response from the general stratosphere of social media as well, where a lot of people would peg how the games for Southeast Asia as a bit of a wild ride from the first weekend, because we did have some pretty crazy matches during the first weekend. Let's be honest.
Speaking of wild ride, Hanzo, let's talk about him. He brought out the violinist at the start and surprised everyone with a gamekeeper. If you said Wild Ride, and I think that's one way to describe how 7H should play to just catch GK off guard. And we mentioned it before that they have Southeast Asia has its own flavor, but they don't necessarily shy away from the meta that you see. You see usually Bloody Queens, Dream Witches, Seers, Mechanics, Mercs. So just to let everyone let's build up this first round, because if we look at the past, GK had a perfect first round against MP. 10 out of 10. 4 survivors down, 4 survivors out on both survivor and hunter side. What do you think 7H needs to do in this first round to take control of this matchup?
Oh man, I think a good start would be probably playing to what other teams have done. Like map selection, I feel is going to be crucial. They can follow the trend, as you said, of going for the wider maps just to negate a Dream Witch pick, and especially if you're going up against someone like GK's Hunter, then I feel like that merits all the more respect than you usually would on the other competition. But you know what? Let's go ahead and see what the thought process is as we head into the pick in ban punch. Looks like it will be the first half with 7H on the survivor side, so this is going to be really interesting. We get to determine that right now.
Yep. 7H will be doing the surviving. GK's Hunter 72S banning the Seer right away, doesn't want to deal with that. And we are at the Red Church. Interesting. So again, all hunters are on the table. So 72S has, the choice of picking whatever hunter floats his boat in the first round. Now we see the survivors coming out: Merc, Mechanic, a Priestess, and a Gravekeeper. Now, drum roll please for 72S's hunter, because again, he does rock the bonbon, but when it comes to Red Church, it could be anyone. And we're gonna see a Dream Witch, Articuno.
Yep, love it. 72S not really feeling the need to go for any other pick aside from the prime Dream Witch. I would agree with it. Obviously, Dream Witch with a map like Red Church would have easier management of her followers. So yeah, I'm all for this pick. I think what we really have to look for at the end of the day is with GK's Hunter, with high expectations, can the survivors kind of work around that? We'll find out, ladies and gents, as we head into game 1, first half of round 1. 7H versus GK. Let's go.
72S on the perfect ball side of the map here. Himawari at the bottom broken, and now 72S is looking for the right survivor to leech at the start, because again, when it comes to the Dream Witch, he really wants to snowball him. Find the Mechanic. I believe that's what he was looking for from the start, just to stop the Cypher Rush, and we get a Half-Life Mechanic right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, this is like this is like the best case scenario if you're GK's Hunter right now. I'm sorry, not only does 72S get the best find in Mechanic, he also manages to land the Mechanic this early on, so this is a huge win for this Dream Witch right now.
That's true, and he does have the doll out, and now the survivors are forced to place the catch here to get that Mechanic out of that chair before the hack hits. Now we see the Gravekeeper on the way to try and to save this Mechanic. While he's still trying to push for objective. Lower left side. Now the Gravekeeper, let's see how he will commit. 72S, a very well waited out. Oh, Snipe got a hit. Still waiting. And Mechanic. Tide Turner is in effect.
Yes, sirree. Himawari already trying to establish some distance here. Last effort will pop up, so this will give Himawari a little bit more leeway to add a bit more distance between himself and that rocket there to try to buy at least a bit more time for the rest of 7H here. But man, oh man, this is going to be tricky. Gravekeeper as well will suffer a hit, so that's 2 men down for 7H, and 4 ciphers remaining, and this is going to be tricky for both Priestess Mercenary. They will have to one way or another try to respond to this.
They have pushing the pace of this match and is reaping the rewards. Now we see the Gravekeeper see that first round of that rocket chair. Mechanic is still trying to push those objectives. I believe the Priestess is making her way to the shack area, maybe trying to go for that Gravekeeper. So she's going with Graveyard and trying to save this Mechanic, but she will get leached in the process. So we have 3 leached survivors.
Yeah, and I think it's great that 70 made the call to send the Mercenary just so that Mercenary can soak up a bit more of that damage. Probably want to reserve that Priestess for a little later if push comes to shove on the Survivor side. But yeah, this is going to be tricky. Nails going to take another hit, and man, 72S just really proactive on all 4 survivors. Himawari will fall along with Gravekeeper once again. That's unfortunate. But yeah, all the stars aligning for 72S.
Real unfortunate on the side of 7HS. As you mentioned, it's all coming together for 72S. Really being able to just control the start of this matchup. 2 ciphers left. I believe this is the third time the Mechanic is going to do that. The Gravekeeper is going to pop back up. Oh, well, there are 2 ciphers left. Now the Mechanic is going to be chaired up. Well, we see 2 leech survivors. So it is still a fight, and let's see how 7H will bounce back from this.
Yes, sirree. And what I will say, though, is 7H did a great job at least making sure that 3 ciphers were taken care of. Now, what I'm kind of worried about is what the status are of the rest of the ciphers are, because with the number of seconds that we've had for 7H with what they've been doing on the map so far, I'm kind of worried that these 2 remaining ciphers are still a bit of a way to go for these guys. And a lot of the time that they did kind of need to expend over the past few minutes or so has been geared towards either going for saves or these heals, just to make sure that everybody has a little bit more stamina to work with. Because 7H is going to have a trickier time now that there's 3 survivors remaining. It's going to be so much more manageable for 72S as far as these followers.
Yep, 72S is doing a great job with just removing the priority of Cypher Rush and just healing up and really trying to survive the onslaught that is happening. Either heal up or get the leeches out of them, because now we see no leech survivors. But in terms of resources, we have 2 half-life survivors, which are the Gravekeeper and Mercenary, who can't hit. And now the Priestess here, trying to just find some objectives to push while we see the Mercenary limping over there at bottom broken. Now the Gravekeeper trying to sneak his way, trying not to find any of the followers, but the Priestess is going to get leached, and now a blink is going to be used, and the Priestess joins her companions in being half-life.
Yeah, really good manage here coming in from 72S. All he pretty much has to do is to make sure to keep the whatever remaining ciphers are there in check, because naturally these survivors are going to want to gravitate towards those ciphers and get them popped and prepped. Here we have a good call from 7H, making sure again to keep the stamina for these survivors, but we'll have to disperse, unfortunately, cancel that out as they are once again spotted by 72S's followers.
7H is doing a really good job buying as much time as possible. Unfortunately, they're Gravekeeper, not able to get into that big state to get that hit. It's 72S going to chair this Gravekeeper. As I was saying, they are buying a lot of time, but you know what? The attention is spread out in the right places for 72S and his Dream Witch.
Yes, sirree. And in all fairness to 7H, they have the right idea here. In any other match, maybe they can risk letting these survivors work with half of their stamina. But when you're up against a Dream Witch, especially when you're with 3 survivors remaining, you want to try to give yourself as much leeway as possible. But here we go. Another hit almost comes in, but luckily they're able to escape. Follower will proceed to chasing Nokumomo here.
Yeah, and that was a great job on the Mercenary side, getting that hit. Now Nokumomo just gaining a lot of the attention of this Dream Witch. And yeah, they have the right idea. It's just that 72S is just so smothering without forcing to change objective. 1 cipher left. Which one is the one that's prime? I want to find out, and I want to see how he's going to be able to deal with that, because he still hasn't changed from Blink. Usually the Dream Witch will go for that. Oh, wow, excellent call there. Going for that Blink to really snipe out that Mercenary, and now the countdown begins before he falls.
Okay, looking at the map here, in all fairness, the spread isn't that bad for 7H. I like how there's still ciphers within extremes of each other, so it is workable. However, based on how 72S is rotating, the downside is it's a little bit more linear with how 72S needs to transition between ciphers. So that has been a bit of a challenge here for 7H. Mercenary is down right now. And if you notice right here at the bottom left portion of the screen, it does seem that they, you know what, with one cipher remaining, let's try to get one of our members working on that, and maybe, hopefully, with a hope and a prayer, one of our survivors is able to get that save on the mercenary. Unfortunately, that isn't the case though, so it's very high risk, high rewards for 7H at this point with what plays they can make.
Yeah, Nino's attempt really trying to push that objective. It is great for 72S. He still has that point, so he can close out that distance. It's so close. Articuno, can he pop it in time before he gets reached? Also, note that the dungeon is in that area. Nino's attempt to pop it, and now we're at the end. 2 survivors, and they managed to get 2 out. That is the best case scenario for 7H.
Yes, sir. And take note, 7H is aware of where that dungeon is. Now, whether or not it's going to come to that, that's a bit of a different question in itself altogether. SPST working on that gate, but ooh, the follower already making her way downtown, but looks like 7H already has the right idea to disperse, not wanting to remain in that area, but it's coming down to the wire, already closing some distance here, this follower on 7H.
SPST really has to buy a lot of time to try to open up the gate. Wow, excellent vault there on SPST's side. We are still seeing that 72S is engaged with this mercenary. He can't get that one hit before he does fall. So he's buying a lot of time. Lower left screen sees the priestess almost after the time. Drop the pallet. We're going to see another teleport here.
Yes, sir. This is interesting pressure that 72S is pushing. It does seem like he's still banking on hoping to go for these 4 survivors, which is merited. It's great timing that he sent follower up north at the soonest that he can, but unfortunately it won't be enough. Neno Zatab will already make his way out of the good. Question is, can SPST make it out as well to go for that 2 mana? Or wait, no, they actually go for the dungeon!
Yeah, that's why the countdown is on, because the mercenary is slowly bleeding out. Oh my god, now excellent stuff. SPST ready for the end zone, and he gets it. Articuno.
Oh my gosh, well played by 7H. Holy cow, 2 men out in the first round. I don't know, Poch. There's a chance that our predictions can get we can potentially be getting him wrong with how 7H is fighting right now.
Like you mentioned, with a hope and a prayer, they were able to turn that situation around. The momentum was really swinging in 72S's favor, but 7H being able to stay cool, calm, and collected, really knowing when to push the objectives, knowing when to change strategies, and really heal up their teammates, and really push for those objectives. It was excellent stuff, and that was the best case scenario. As we said, with 2 survivors left, they were able to get 2 survivors out.
Yeah, and I would just also like to commend the risk that 7H was playing there. It was at a point where they realized, you know what, we can't continue to commit 2 survivors to meddle with this dream, which at one point they just decided to put Priestess on those ciphers, and kind of with the fingers crossed of Mercenary and Gravekeeper lasting long enough. Gravekeeper did eventually fall, but the timing on that cipher was just so good because it didn't allow Dreamwitch the time to circle back to going to the fallen mercenary. So I think that was really well played by 7H right there. And then it also came to that point where it could have gone either way. It could have had a 2 survivor out. I think it was great that they played towards opposite sides of the map, and because it took a while for that teleport to come up, unfortunately for 72S, he wasn't able to halt as much of the time that the Priestess was towards that opening that upper gate. So yeah, I think just very well played. I really like the thought process here for 7H towards those last few minutes.
Checking out the match data here, it was the mercenary that bought a lot of time. You saw that towards the end, really buying the time for the Priestess to be able to open up that back gate. But not to mention also the Gravekeeper had to do his work in terms of really distracting the hunter. And Himawarit, the mechanic, did do her part, even though like 72S did get the was able to sniff out the mechanic, which was the best case at the start of a match. That robot, again, that's why we keep saying time and time again that this mechanic is so dangerous for hunters because it adds an extra body. And Himawari was pushing those objectives while 72S was camping out and really trying to wait for that mechanic to head back to the manor. So excellent stuff on 7H. We are tied, so it's still anyone's game.
Exactly, and this just got all the more interesting, Poch. So in this case, since we have a tie towards the start, I mean, just so that either team can get a leg up, it really comes down to getting at least a 3-1 to tilt around in your favor. We have such a safe start to this series, Poch, and to be honest, I wasn't expecting a safe start for the first half, especially with 72S on Dream Witch.
That's true, and we did mention that they have to go all out because they have to bring the fight to GK because they're the top dogs in this tournament, and that is what 7H is doing. Now, the next question we have to ask everyone is that how will 7H's Hanzo fare up against the survivors of GK? Because we've seen time and time again that GK survivors are very coordinated, and with his picks of what we've seen so far, we saw him bring out a violinist and a gamekeeper in this specific map. Do you think that he'll be bringing that out against the survivors of GK?
Oh man, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he does. But then again, since we're playing around church, there's just so many options up in the air, to be honest. Especially in round 1, it's like the map is your oyster. I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly.
I get what you mean, especially that there are no banned hunters. So we'll see. Maybe the gamekeeper will come out at the start, but maybe it'll be more of as the game progresses and the meta picks do get banned. Or again, there's a flip side that he wants to get that redemption arc for his gamekeeper because he did bring it out and it didn't go as he planned it to be against, I believe that was VX.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah, going into this one, it's really tough to tell. Obviously, again, by the stats, we would expect GK to maybe want to force a minimum 3-1. They are very capable of doing so, but if you're looking at how 7H is playing, definitely steps up. They're really rising to the challenge from what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that you can't take anyone in this tournament lightly. And I know that we gave those predictions, but you know what? 7H does have that X factor in them that, you know what, maybe they have that trump card or they have that extra gear that will just surprise everyone. And with the way they've been starting, if they can sustain this momentum, I believe they can take GK into some rough waters and maybe some unfamiliar territory because GK has been dominating so far. So I would love to see how they'll perform under pressure, especially 7H pressure.
Right. Oh man, I am really hoping we can get into that pick and ban because obviously we can't really pick their brains right now because they're in the best of 3, but at least we could actually see how pick and ban unfolds eventually. So I would honestly love to, like, by preference, I would love to see a Dream Witch as well, just so that we can get a compare and contrast between how Hanzo and 72S plays on this particular hunter.
And specifically this map, because as you mentioned before, Dream Witch does have control over her followers in these compact maps compared to, let's say, the Lakesides or the Moonlits and the Ever Sleeping Towns. So really interesting to have that. I just want to see how Hanzo will adapt in this first round, because first round pick, he did go for violinist. And what's scary is that if you go for your top pick at the start, it will go for bans next round. So I hope they have enough in the bag, because I'm pretty sure 72S just have like a bag of tricks, an ever-holding bag that never ends of tricks up their sleeve.
Definitely.
With their shakeup, acquiring 72S, and just the constant shakeups. I'm pretty sure they've been able to scrim a lot and be able to just share strategies. So
Yeah, like here we go into pick and ban, but just wanted to add on real quick to what you say. It's interesting that we do have these swaps of players in between teams. Like the reason why I don't really discount 7H again is because Nendo Zateb is on this roster. You can't really discount these pedigrees of going to the international stage, which is why I really, really love the step that we're seeing from 7H today. But you know what? Yeah, talking about this pick and ban right now.
That's true, and it's good that you brought that up because Nino Zateb really gained really bought a lot of time for his teammates. Now we are heading towards the picks and bans. Merc is going to be banned, while we're going to see the Mechanic, the Seer, a forward, a signature forward by V8, and Skyfall, not with the Merc, but going with the Gravekeeper because Skyfall does love that mercenary. Now, question is, Hanzo, who will he lock in to head to the Red Church? Ooh, okay. We're going to see the Bloody Queen on his side. Again, a very apt pick because, the Bloody Queen has been doing a lot of work for these hunters, these players in terms of really getting survivors down and getting them back to the manor. So, solid pick by Hanzo. I agree with it completely. And now I'm really excited to see how this match will play out.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing with this map, there's just so many ways you can make this mirror image work. There's just a lot of ways. There's a lot of terrain to work with where you can set up for the usual pincers that we see, which makes it harder for survivors to kind of duck and weave and dodge. But you know what? Let's go ahead and see if Hanzo can pull through for his team and bring it to a 3-1 as we head into the second half of round 1. And let's see, who's he going to spot out?
For you over here at the back exit, trying to hide out. Hanzo smells the survivor here, and he finds the Mechanic. All right, let's see if it makes quick work. I wasn't able to see if he was able to pop the doll. This is actually a great start for Hanzo. Shades of what happened to 72S.
Yeah, I mean, what is it with these hunters in this first round and being able to sniff off Mechanic right off the bat? But you know what? Good on for you. Mirror image not quite getting the connect just yet. Looks like the switcheroo will just come instead, just so that Hanzo can physically get within distance. But I think this is already a huge win for GK. This Mechanic is already buying so much time than you would expect. And not to mention, Foreyu's playing around Graveyard, so this is just going to be an additional extra seconds that he can to buy.
True, but look at that, as you mentioned, mirror image really closing out that distance. Not wanting to play that down the rotating in the Graveyard. You know what? I'm just going to snipe down this Mechanic. I know that I bought so much time with it, but let's go. So here we go, Hanzo going for the reception rocket here, just so he gets to have a little more presence in terms of typing out some of these survivors and pushing the Cypher.
Yeah, luckily, the place where this Mechanic is strapped off, there's a lot of wide terrain though. So in the midst of a potential save from GK, there's a lot of real estate to just duck and weave. Question is, who will be going on rescue duty? Oh wait, there we go. Skyfall is actually already there, just waiting for the right timing. We'll take a hit before getting Mechanic out of that rocket chair. Hanzo though, question for you, can he drop that pallet in time? Looks like just goes for a side step. Second whack doesn't land. Great job by For You here. Pallet will drop, but the last effort unfortunately will come as Hanzo gets that hit.
I love the idea for you going to the Graveyard, because the Graveyard is one of the best places to really kite around with a hunter and just to get him away from that reception area, so that over here lower left side sees the here be able to push that Cypher in the church. And now Hanzo propping up that mirror once again to just stop Cypher rush, while For You is still spending time on that rocket chair.
Yeah, looks like that is gonna be a swipe on one of the puppets, but here we go. The rest of GK already doing some great work here. V8, nice charge here onto Hanzo before going for the rescue on For You. Man, oh man, they're really maximizing the time here.
That forward was really able to buy that rescue a lot of time. Oh, excellent hit once again to just get out that mirror image. And now For You again, rotating to reception just to buy enough time. This Mechanic is doing a lot of kiting, and now we're going to see her just buy more time for her teammates to push those objectives. Or left side seems pushing their objective attack.
Oh man, For You really maximizing that last life that he has, but you know what? Heavily maximized it is. V8 though doesn't want his companion to go down. Unfortunately, misses out by an inch to land some crowd control onto Hanzo, but that's gonna be sayonara to For You for now, but not without leaving a huge legacy for GK. 2 ciphers remaining, not to mention already in great progress.
Just to know that he did get the excitement here. And that's why it's get that crowd control. It's so playing the effort, the sniper rush that is here, so he is trying to gain that range.
Oh man. Off top. Oh, going straight here. Looks like we'll try to duck, and we're really working with these ruins here to try to keep Hanzo preoccupied. And so far, it's been working greatly. Mirror image will be popped though. No more dilly-dallying. Doesn't want to get pincered though. The switcheroo comes in, and there you go. That is going to be a hit. Great job by Hanzo. But, oh, nope. That Cypher was just ready for the pop-in, and Sloth Top, he's just going to try to buy more time for the team.
Sloth Top really doing his rounds here at the broken wall side of the map. While you see that the others, Skyfall and Kate, are hightailing out of there in the reception area. We see another down seer, but very dangerous for them to go for that rescue because the hunter now has attention. Now we see Hanzo going for the here. Oh, they go for a 2-2. Articuno, we're all tied up.
Okay, the safe card has been played out here for GK, and wow, okay, all's fair for a first round. I guess a part of me is surprised because I really wasn't expecting halfsies. I was really expecting either one of these teams to get a win for round one. What I am not surprised by, I guess, is the call that GK made to play it safe. Because, again, this is a best of three. There is much more leeway to work with. And with the more bans that you have, that could play to your advantage in the long run. So, yeah, just very, very safe start that we ever watched. Wow. Day one.
I think these players and these teams are going for a marathon mindset instead of a sprint, not really overextending themselves for them to be punished. Because, again, you know what? 7H was able to set the pace, getting that tie, and GK being, you know what, let's see how this progresses, and let's see how the character pool thins out and see what strategies you have. Maybe they're more confident in the second round and the third round because they were able to pull off some amazing stuff there, but let's see how this plays out and in terms of as the round progresses. Now, let's try to break down what just happened because that was an amazing showing of Hanzo's Bloody Queen.
Absolutely. I mean, as we mentioned, it was already such a great start here for GK. Although the downside was it was mechanic that was the first target. I mean, that mechanic nonetheless bought a lot of ideal time regardless. Mm-hmm. I guess what did kind of become tricky was when they did lose out on the mechanic. Mm. That's why I'd say once the mechanic went down, 3 survivors out the gate was feasible. It's just miles harder, and especially that Hanzo was able to get the seer next. That definitely made it trickier, especially since Slothtop already exhausted what utility that he did have. So naturally, all he had at that point was his natural kiting ability. Mm-hmm. And yeah, as we talked about, you know what? Let's check out the match data here first. Great job here by For You, 64 seconds containment time, and that's considerably a lot, I would say, as a mechanic.
For a decoder, yes, that's an eternity, and how she was able to masterfully use the area, her terrain to her advantage. So excellent stuff on For You side. Slothtop was pushing the objectives most of all, but then he did get sniped out at the second. He was the second survivor to be sent back to the manor. V8, though, you know, really forcing Hanzo to shift to excitement just so he wouldn't have to deal with those tackles, and Skyfall being the ever-reliable Gravekeeper. Now, moving over to Hanzo's side, the destruction on this of this Bloody Queen was very felt. I believe those were nine hits, 2 pallets destroyed, and etc. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are at a tie in round number 1. 7H bringing the fight to the top dogs, that is GK. Round number 2 is getting ready, but you know what? I'm so excited, and now I'm really questioning our predictions.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, as far as predictions, sure, but as far as expectation, um, I'm definitely not as surprised that 7H is living up to the challenge. Again, they aren't. I mean, it's not like we have a roster of newbies coming into this. But before I talk about that further, we have GKV8 as our MVP. I would have to agree with this. I think V8 was key to helping out that mechanic get the extended value off of the time of keeping that hunter preoccupied.
Yeah, and that just shows that, you know what, pairing up a forward with another rescuer is really one of the strategies that these teams go for. And speaking of
Right.
we were talking about 7H.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, you're mentioning them.
Like, I'm not as surprised that 7H is putting up a fight against GK. Yeah, I was saying, it's not like we're looking at like a newbie team, a fresh team. This is
Right.
a team that has some pretty respectable players that we've seen in previous qualifier tournaments. So, and then, like I said, combine that with the likes of having someone like Neno Zatab that has tournament experience, that kind of helps get 7H to a place where they can contend with these known players, these known teams. And they have some pretty known people in their own respect. So, if there's one team that can step up to GK in their particular group that isn't VX, I definitely not surprised to see that at 7H.
I guess it's safe to say in this matchup, 7H is the underdog, but a very capable underdog in terms of toppling this giant, this Goliath that is GK. And you know what, they're showing that. And you know what, the stats may say a different story, but right now they are proving the stats wrong, and they are hanging in there in this matchup. Now we're heading to round number 2. We're seeing more bans. We're not going to see the Red Church anymore. Are we going to see what do you think? Are we seeing a smaller map, or are we going to see those really wide playgrounds like the Moonlits and the Ever Sleepings?
Oh man, that's tricky. I mean, I guess it really depends on who gets dibs on map select for round. Actually, you know what? That's actually something we should probably look into and, you know, coordinate with the organizers for. I think knowing which team gets what say on the map is kind of crucial in these best of threes. But I guess what I can say is, if I were 7H, the fact that they were able to deal with someone like 72S on a Dream Witch, that goes to show that they don't necessarily have to worry too much about map selection as far as wanting it to play to their advantage, because they can hold their own. So I think, if anything, if 7H does have a say in this map, they don't really have to worry about choosing a map based on their competition, but more so just play with a map that would play hugely to their advantages instead.
Yes, I agree with that entirely, in terms of, yeah, don't play into a GK's strengths. Play into your strengths. Bring the fight. Bring it to your terms or your map of choice, because that's how you're able to really shake things up. Because I'm pretty sure that GK has their own way of playing this game, and I guess 7H just really has to force that, because in the group stage, they're in Group A with VX and GK, so they really have to pull out all the stops to stay alive in IVC Southeast Asia 2020.
Yeah, and you know what? We'll just have to find out in a bit how that'll pan out for these guys. Yeah, that said, as far as how pick and ban might go, again, Dream Witch might not be merited as a ban for 7H. We might maybe see other bans come to play for them that was within 72S's repertoire during the previous weekend. I wouldn't, but you know what? It's really tough to call though.
Because like we say all the time, speculation.
Yeah, speculation. Because like at one point, maybe you're okay with dealing that Dream Witch. On the other hand, you can still maybe just ban out Dream Witch, because if you can deal with a Dream Witch, then the possibilities are endless with 7H as far as how they can deal with what other hunters 72S decides to pitch going into round 2.
Exactly. And with how they perform with that Dream Witch, a tie is not bad. Maybe if they take another crack at the Dream Witch, or if they allow the Dream Witch to pass and just ban the preferred pick, which is the Bonbon or the Guard 26 of 72S, maybe you know what? It's the devil you know. It's the devil you don't know that scares you in this matchup. So I would go with familiarity over unfamiliarity any day, and that could be the mindset coming in 7HS. However, though, Arms Factory Dream Witch is scary, so I would understand if we do this dance at Arms Factory, they do want to outright ban that Dream Witch.
Right. Oh man, Arms Factory is just another layer of complication if that does come through as our round 2 map. But you know what? We've been talking about how what bands can come on to 72S. Let's talk about what bands can come off from Hanzo, because Bloody Queen, I think, deserve some respect, especially since you're going into a round 2 with 2 bands on Survivors now. I think that would just those 2 bands I think are very beneficial for Hanzo, because that's going to make his Bloody Queen all the more scarier should GK not respect it.
That's true. They might opt for the respect ban of that Bloody Queen, which begs the question: are we going to see the violinist? Because that is perfect, but he does have that gamekeeper. But then, you know what? Let's just jump right into it, because I'm so excited to see what these players have in store for us.
Okay, here we go. The respect ban of Bloody Queen will indeed come into play. Seer as well as the mechanic. I like that there is a heavier emphasis on banning mechanic still, since I think that was what kind of complicated things. This is why all survivors for round 1 were able to get those gates open, because you have that extra benefit of those puppets working on those ciphers. So you want to take that out. But what will kind of come through, though, on Leo's memory is a Priestess pick, Potch.
Okay, I actually agree with this Priestess pick, especially from 4U. Leo's memory, it's a big map, and we are going to see the violinist do his work as he roams around Leo's memory. And Slothop with that signature Seer, V8 still not shying away from that forward, and Skyfall, again, being denied of his signature mercenary, he will be sticking with that Grave Keeper.
Yes, sirree. And okay, violinist in Leo's memory. Yeah, this should be interesting, because when you're up against a violinist, again, usually as a survivor, terrain, structure, ruins, what have you, are your best friend. But when you're up against a violinist, as long as Hanzo properly positions those Sonatas to block off potential kite routes for GK, that could be another problem for GK to deal with. And it's kind of similar to when you're up against a Guard 26, where, you know, those structures, once your best friend, suddenly become a detriment, because suddenly you don't have escape route options when you're dealing with those AoEs. There you go.
True. And now Knife's out a survivor, V8, and now he's going to be playing around with structure again. If you do play violinist, you kind of have to predict the future in terms of where these survivors are going to go, so you can put those notes well played. Now he puts one down. V8 though, dropping one of the pallets here. Hanzo is focused in downing this forward right off the bat. Actually, in terms of right away, Slothstop will be sniped out.
Yeah, I like this transition coming in from Hanzo. It would have been rather tricky if he continued the chase there, since even though there was a lot of structure there, the fact is Hanzo would have to do a lot of roundabouts around that area. So I think this is a good idea to just transition towards who we can find out. It is Slothtop, in which case Slothtop looks like going to make his way out of the factory. Will play it in its outer areas. Owl will actually come in though, but man, not until Hanzo could get a hit on that Seer first off.
blocks him off. There is a pallet. Doesn't throw it down. Hanzo down to the seer. Sloth buying a lot of things for his team.
Yeah, I love the positioning of that Sonata though. By restraining Sloth Top in an area where the walls are a bit shorter, it easily made it easier for Hanzo to kind of pin him there. Not to mention the stacks that just come in on these survivors, which makes them harder prey. But this is a really good play coming in from GK, making sure that they're in position to go for that save right away. Hanzo was not anticipating that, but nonetheless, it's all good. He was able to get that hit off Sloth Top right away. Sloth Top, of course, going to try to make his way all the way towards the edge of that map to establish some distance, but still, great play coming in from both sides this far.
Yeah, I was getting a little worried that Hanzo was overextending himself, getting attracted by that priestess, but you know what? He still had the wherewithal to come back and share this fear after the second time. Now, who is going to be playing Rescuer in this round of the Jared's Forward?
Oh man.
Point goes out there with the priestess away from Factory at the lower left side of the screen. Still throws those notes, and Sloth Top is still here in the air. Taking his approach slow and steadily. Oh, he's going for the rush and gets it, but no, unfortunately, no shot there for V8.
Oh man, that is unfortunate and tricky, by the way. Last effort gonna come in once again. V8 gonna try to utilize his utility to deter Hanzo from getting that distance between himself and Sloth Top lessened.
Wow, look at that. The priestess was able to put a long holy key there. Look at Hanzo playing some cleanup. And the seer is still, just kind of getting away from the vision of this very focused violinist. Now the notes
good priority. Agreed, and good priority coming in from Hanzo here. And oh man, unfortunate for Sloth Top. Great connection of that Sonata though. There wasn't any other route that Sloth Top could have gone except forward. And in that case, Hanzo just got a great pincer in. That's gonna be Sloth Top getting out of here, back to the manor. 3 survivors remaining, but luckily they were able to get the up on forward. Let's see how GK deals with this.
He's still focused on, just guarding that side of Factory. Or you attracting him just so that he'll be able to get a lot of attention away from V8 because he is the one that is half-life. But Hanzo's still looking for him. V8's still hiding around the structures. Will Hanzo be able to snipe him out? You can see the priestess pushing that objective, and Articuno, we have 1 cipher remaining.
Yeah, and this is so hard. Hanzo really throwing out those rhapsodies there to try to deter GK, just to make the chase all the more easier for him. V8, of course, looks like we'll try to do what he can. Oh, beautiful placement of that Sonata right now, predicting V8 going over that window. Again, like you said, Poch, it's all about having that forethought, the prediction almost of where these survivors are going, and Hanzo just read V8 like a book there.
That was a really well placed note. I hope that gets on the highlights because that was long distance, very precise. Now shifting his attention for you, that Cypher looked pretty primed over at Jack, and he's really putting on those Sonatas. Skyfall going for that save and able to rescue him.
Yeah, and oh man, just when V8 was attempting to get out of range there, unfortunately Skyfall has to be careful though, gets a whack on the head himself, but not before V8 is sent back onto this rocket chair. And still halfway to go. That's a little bit of breathing room for GK, but things are just getting monumentally complicated. Luckily though, they have 1 cipher remaining, so it's still manageable, but they really have to play their cards right here because there's a lot of things that can go wrong. But they get the pop!
They do excellent pop there. Hanzo had a well-placed note, but you know what? The Gravekeeper was just like, I don't care about your notes, I'm just going to pop this cipher. And now shifting his attention to For You, because For You is trying to open that thing. He's just going to play some cleanup here, just getting rid of those pallets, while For You has to do the job of buying time for their teammates.
Yeah, Hanzo has to be a bit careful here because there's a lot of ways For You can still be slippery in the midst of this chase. But you know what? It doesn't matter to Hanzo. He was able to land that hit right away.
And mind you, Articuno, he does have teleport. Are we going to see a 2-2? Is Hanzo going to play it safe and just camp out here? No, he wants to go and look for the rest of the survivors. They are over there on the other side of the exit gate, while we see the Gravekeeper just burrow his way down. I believe it's going to be a 2-2. We see the survivors exit, and I believe this is GG.
Wow, GK again playing it safe with the 2-2.
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Yeah, again, our predictions are being put up to question here because we still don't have anyone that has a lead.
Yeah,
2-2.
play it safe here, but at the same time, great for this is great for 7H, I would say, because again, the expectation, if you're going to go by the stats, is GK would naturally be trying to force themselves into halves where they pull ahead, even if it's just a 3-1, even if it's not one of those full 5-ons. So that said, it really is going to be interesting how the second half is going to come through, because it's that very delicate situation where only 1 point of a difference can automatically pull a round win for these guys. So
That's true. So it's really scary because it can teeter to any way. To be honest, we're still in that midway of a seesaw, and any one that it's what's scary is that any slip up would be capitalized by the other team. And that would be very unfortunate, but we're playing with really high stakes here because we're running out of rounds, Articuno. This is really going down to the wire. And we did say, like, it was a back and forth battle in the previous match with NR versus Awesome. Now, this one is just dead even so far. So who will break the trend and break the lead here? It's getting really intense.
It honestly really is. But you know what? Let's go ahead and talk about that. What happened there? So Hanzo had a decent start, but you know what? As soon as he had access to his Rhapsody, that was when he really started to pick up the pace. I honestly thought that based on how things were going, he would have even gotten 3 survivors at minimum. But good on GK by managing their ciphers and just trusting each other enough that they would be in the optimal position, I would say, the optimal state when that last cipher was popped. But you know what? Let's go ahead and check out the match data here.
Yep, a lot of amazing scrambles by both these teams, as you mentioned, like the Seer being able to, buy a lot of time for the team. We saw the Gravekeeper with that clutch pop. We did see Hanzo use his own version of a pincer. Didn't even use Bloody Queen. He was able to use it with those notes. So here they are, the Seer being able to contain the Hunter the longest, while we see the Priestess really pushing those objectives. Not to mention, actually, the Priestess and the Gravekeeper. Now, looking at the stats of the Hunter, we have 11 attack hits, 3 pallets destroyed, and 7 knockdowns overall for a even game so far between GK and 7H.
Yes, sirree. And I am really looking forward to seeing whether 7H can pull a second half win here, because if they can pull off a second half win, that is really going to be a huge challenge for GK, because as we go into this, I really think that these halves, it's not really playing safe, to the way I look at it. It's just really, I need to stop saying really, by the way. It's just mostly, I think it's really I said it again. It's a scenario where these guys are neck and neck. I don't think it's it's not these teams playing safe. It just really comes down to both teams rising to the challenge and complicating each other's lives, where they can't help it but just go for these halves, because both sides are really off for bloodlust here as far as wanting these points in.
I see what you mean in saying that it's not playing it safe. I think it's more of the respect, and also being able to have that threat of not risking an extension of a 3-1 just yet, because again, both these teams are threats to each other. This one, it's a story of, will GK be able to tie up with VX, or will 7H get on the board? And so far, you know what? Again, being the underdogs, 7H is really rising to the occasion, and it being a dead even match. Because compare this performance of GK with the previous matchup. GK was able to break the lead. They did get a perfect 10 in the first round against, I believe that was MP and Mad Penguins. So for them to be dead even with 7H is making a statement and showing everyone in the IVC that 7H came to play.
Oh yeah. Oh man, 7H. They're again, like, I think about this group and people pegging GKVX as the likely outs, but it does look like 7H doesn't want to be discounted from the equation whatsoever, and they're really giving GK a run for their money. They're not going to make it easy whatsoever. Heck, that's not even the goal. It's not that they're not going to make it easy. They are really wanting to get this win to make up for lost ground.
I think the mindset of 7H is, you know what, they have everything to gain in this tournament: experience, knowledge, matchup, just being paired up with the best of the best. So they're going all out and really leaving everything on the table for everyone to witness that 7H is here, and 7H is one of the best in the IVC. Now Hanzo did the hunting. We're going to see 7H survivors now. Neno Zetev being one of them, as you mentioned, one of the seasoned players in this lineup, accompanied with the rest of 7H. I'm really interested to see how or what kind of picks we're going to see from 72S.
Yeah, definitely. It's tricky. Since we're playing on Leo's memory, let's talk about what picks we could be seeing from 72S. Again, I look at Dream Witch.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's a lot actually that 70H has to put into consideration of here, not just Dream Witch. You only have that one ban, and there's so many optimal picks for a hunter going into Leo's memory. So it's a tough call. It's a tough call that 7H needs to make as the earliest pick and ban.
I'm going to think out loud here with how 7H is thinking. I have a feeling if they watch the previous matches of 72S, I think they're thinking either they're going to ban Bloody Queen, because that's what he hunted with in Leo's memory, or the Violinist. I personally want to see a ban of the Bloody Queen, because we're going to get that comparison of Hanzo and 72S in the same map if we're going to see a Violinist by 72S. So that's my crystal ball. I don't know if it's going to pan out, because again, 72S is going to do what 72S wants to do, and I can't jump into that mindset. But it's a very I would be scared coming into this match and what kind of tricks that 72S has up his sleeves.
I heavily agree with you there, Poch. And yeah, I guess we're just going to have to wait and see until that pick and ban comes up. So just so much up in the air. Or I guess, this is the trickier part when you're dealing with teams that have a wider repertoire of selections to work with, because it's like you're looking at a magic 8 ball. You never know what you're going to get when you shake it. And in this case,
is it a
shake
yes,
it,
no, or ask later?
Yeah, exactly. The yes being the likely picks, the no being the unlikelies, the ask me later being
Bloody Queen.
Yeah, the everything else that isn't the top pick for that particular dude.
Exactly. I'm really excited, as well as to see the bans of the survivors, because they have been denying the mercenary of the signature, if you would, because Skyfall does love using the mercenary at the onstart, but 7H doing their homework, really denying them of that mercenary at the start of the round. So maybe we're going to see another mercenary ban, and probably that pesky mechanic as well, because of how they dealt with her in the Red Church. But yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, it really, really, really comes down to what we see in pick and ban. I mean, we're kind of in the same scenario over and over again over these past days, where all we can really do between these in-betweeners is to speculate. And
I would say though that having a ban of a priestess, I would agree with that, even though like she's not part of that triumvirate we talked about. But in Leo's memory and her in that factory and closing out the distances with those long portals, it seems like I would understand if they opt for that, even though there are optimal picks. But if they want to get rid of that priestess, I would totally agree with not dealing with that, because she can be the game changer towards the end, especially if she's able to find a backdoor exit for the survivor that is kiting the hunter when the exit gates are open.
Agreed. So with that said, again, by the way, to everybody that has just tuned in, you guys are first watching the second weekend of the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2020. Articuno and Pot Spice, of course, going to be your MCs for this tournament, along with another MC that'll join us during the next weekend. So you'll find out who that MC is. And newer face, by the way, because I wouldn't want to put you guys in a position where you suddenly start speculating the other MCs that have done the broadcast before.
Right. Yeah, you know what, IVC, it's a big time to be an Identity 5 fan. There's going to be a fresh face here in commentary. I do know that he loves the Lakeside Village, so do note that if that map does come out, he will freak out, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god. You just had to remind me of all the questions that were planted in my mind. Like, among so many others. Like, you know what? Luckily, I can get those questions out of my mind as we head into pick and ban. Thank you, Lord. Dreamwitch, though, gonna be the ban coming in from 7H. I guess I like the mindset here. In which case, if they can deal with 72S's Dreamwitch, then they're more than confident about their chances of dealing with whatever other curveballs 72S can potentially throw out as they head into this second half for round 2. But okay, this is interesting picks, Punch.
Okay, SPST with that first officer. He did use that first officer in that first match with VX. And now we see a Gravekeeper Priestess and a Mechanic. Okay, this is very interesting. 72S going with the Bloody Queen. All right. Again, we've seen him do his work here. Let's see if he can break the tie and try to gain the lead for his team.
Yeah, it's interesting that 72S does decide to bring Bloody Queen. I mean, no arguments there, though. Bloody Queen has been a very, very respectable pick throughout IVC thus far. If anything, Southeast Asia really loves their Bloody Queen, to be honest.
That's true. Again, we did think that she was going to change up in the tier list because of the changes that were made to her, but you know what? There are still very proficient Bloody Queens, as we see 72S doing the hunting, trying to find someone right outside of Factory, and I believe the Gravekeeper made his way up there. 72S wanting to find the most optimal target, I believe, is the Mechanic.
Yeah, luckily, though, for 7H, it's going to be the first time, at least in this series, where we see a hunter not spat out Mechanic first off. It will instead be this Priestess, but Nenozateb has a lot of ways to be slippery here. So let's go ahead and see. 72S decides to go for the gap closer, and oh man, this is out there, unfortunately.
And that's what the Priestess brings to the table. Just able to be very slippery in these tight corners, be able to use her holy keys to get out of those situations. Mirror cooldown is going to be done. 72S propping up that mirror once it hits 0. Nenozateb is on the hot tail of this Bloody Queen, and the Bloody Queen will strike. First down for 72S.
Yeah, that was a great call coming in from 72S here, especially since Nenozateb was literally nearly against the wall. So it's much more easier for Bloody Queen to get a pincer off of that position before Priestess could get to the next area where there are structures to work with. But that was such a long span of ground that the Priestess had to cover. So definitely a decent start here for 72S at the end of it.
We see that the Gravekeeper is going to burrow, and let's see if 72S can be able to still maintain this this momentum that he has. Gravekeeper eats the hit, and we're going to see a freed Priestess, which he's still kiting around this real estate. Pops up the mirror, and still the Priestess getting away from the site. Excellent movement on Nenozatep.
Yeah, that was great here. 72S took a whack on his structure, which is why it took him just a bit of a longer while to recover. But you know what? It's all good. All good in this case. Nenozatep falls, and that's just 72S making the most of the situation. I will say, though, that the rest of 7H is making really good use of their time. 3 ciphers remaining. Decent progress that we're seeing from the survivors.
Yeah, they're really making 72S. As the Priestess contains the time, they do want to push those ciphers. Now we see who is going to make the approach. It's Himawarit with the mechanic. So now at the area of the Priestess, we're going to see a foot rate, 72S, not using the mirror. Liquid no was baited out, and look at that. Priestess going to eat that last effort, and that mechanic does have a tide turner. Nenozatep going to try to buy as much time as possible for his teammates while we see the mechanic try to push that objective.
Yeah, it's a good done deal here for Nenozatep in which case. But look at this, just continuing to buy the time that he can. But this is going to be his third, so that will result to 7H having one down. But as we've been saying, the cipher progress has been pretty good. So Priestess's lifespan maximized, in which case I would say.
True. And we want to see if someone can break the tide of these two teams. We can actually. Oh, wow. SPS gets a hit there and now transitions and rotates to the factory side. Hopefully there's no ciphers there, while we see the other members of 7H just trying to heal up their resources and try to extend their life as they try to get out of Leo's memory.
Yeah, good. Good mind here by SBSD, in which case, just being that small window of a distraction, will 72S realizing that he doesn't want to go full commit on that first officer when there's other targets that would be much more optimal in this case. As we see, he just kind of turns, but will he turn that corner to find Momo? Yes, he will.
Wow, look at that. And now Momo really has to find time here for his teammates to push those objectives. The mechanic fall, and my goodness, how that doll is falling is so close to being primer.
Ooh, yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate, but here we go. 72S gonna try to break some ground here, gets the distance closed out between himself and Mumu, and another whack comes in. But again, the time being bought out here, it's taken quite a number of seconds for the hunter to nail his second target. But you know what? This is just all the more great of a window of opportunity for 7H here.
That's true. They're still stuck in this two ciphers remaining, so let's get straight to buy enough time for them to be able to get that one cipher, even get the executable. Gravekeeper will be falling down, and now we're going to be seeing a shared Gravekeeper mechanic trying to rotate around the map to find the optimal cipher to push. SPS is working on one, so it's not far along until we see another pop cipher, and you see the whole side one is almost prime.
Oh, there you go. This is something that 7H can very much heavily afford here. Oh, mirror image comes in with Himawarit within the distance. I mean, it would be fine at this point since there is only one cipher remaining. But Mechanic not going to have the easiest time here dealing with the bloody clone.
That's true, and oh my god, excellent stuff there. I mean, that scramble that Gravekeeper was able to get tide turner. And now 72S is heading around the shack area to try to find the target. Himawarit is still hanging out in this area. Let's see. Oh no, moved on. Okay,
Sneaky.
Excellent stuff. And you see the lower left side, the first officer is healing up the Gravekeeper. So wow.
Oh, but not before Himawarit suddenly gets himself within vision. But you know what? Check out the bottom left corner of the map. This is still very dangerous for 7H. That cipher still has quite a bit of a way to go, and it's not going to be before long that 72S gets the close off between himself and this mechanic. But you know what? On the flip side, Himawarit has been very slippery, I gotta say.
Yes, he has been. I believe now he's able to find a syringe, and now he's healing up. We see 3 healthy survivors, and now we see over here at the corner that the Bloody Queen was able to find the cipher they've been priming, and over at the left side of the Bloody Queen is the dungeon. So really scary situation for both these teams, right, Takuna?
Yeah. Good call though, coming in from 72S, knowing very well that he spent a little bit too much time on Himawarit, and that just instantly gives 7H a lot of time to work on that cipher. But luckily 72S did decide to deflect from that mechanic when he did, and here you go. He spots out SPST here. Pincer is easily feasible though, but luckily that is first officer, so he does have that utility to buy him a little bit more time, not make it easier for 72S to get the hit just yet.
Yep, that after image of that pocket watch, but no, he waits no time without the first officer. And look at this, Himawarit running out of there. 72S tries to teleport to snipe out that mechanic, but she was able to find her way out. We might see a 3-1. First officer is trying to push open that exit gate, but then Nopomomo is still at the other side here. 72S does have detention, so it is, it's any which way, Article.
Yeah, but look at that. The gate is open. 7H. They can go for a 3-man here. SPST. He's near the dungeon. 72S is slowly leering towards him, though. 72S actually knowing very well where this is, too. But, he's a bit confused, though. Who's he gonna go for?
Oh, wow. He snipes them out, but look at this SPS, though. Just waiting there, I believe waiting for his comrade to give him the go signal. They are constantly communicating, ladies and gentlemen. 72S rotating away from the shack exit and still monitoring as much as possible. There are 3 possible exits for these survivors. Again, 7H came to play, and they want to be able to set the pace and actually break to the lead between GK and them. You see that move, and wow, they were able to exit. We have a 3-1.
That was so smartly played by him. Those last seconds, not going out of the gate, kind of forced 72S in a position where it was so tricky for him to read out what the escape routes were going to be for the survivors, because he checks one, nobody's there, checks the other one, all of a sudden nobody's there again. So just great tactics coming in from 7H. I love the mind games towards the end.
Yeah, I wanted to say that because he was just confusing and overwhelming 72S with a lot of possibilities. Like, where will the survivors be? He had to switch to teleport just so he can be able to, find some of those survivors. But unfortunately, he did find the mechanic, and she was already at the exit gate. And it was just great rotations and great that change of objectives in terms of them healing up and buying time for their teammates. And Articuno, this is just the first match, and it's so intense.
Yeah, it's super intense. And not just that, Poch. Not only has it gotten even more intense, the fact is 7H takes a round win. Again, it's so close, and just 1 point can really throw things off kilter for these guys. So it's still very, very close, but I guess it is of comfort for 7H to know that they have that 1 point in the bank. Because that 1 point going into the next round can make a difference, because halves are not part of the equation anymore. At least if you're GK, because you really have to go for these wins now.
You do. You have to go all out. And 7H, I mean, every point matters here. And for them to be able to, let me just do some quick math. That's 4, 5. This is 4, 4, 3. So 7 to 1 point. So again, it's a battle of inches. And you know what? 7H was able to pull out a really amazing performance against GK72S. Looking at the stats, you see that the mechanic was really able to do her job well. Nino Zateb, though, being the veteran player, knowing that he didn't have any time to, push the ciphers, he tried to buy as much time as possible, and that he did. For them to be able to, I believe they were able to pop 2 to 3 ciphers while the Bloody Queen was trying to go after this very slippery priestess.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, very well played by the survivors of 7H. Like, every single one of these guys had a shining moment. Everybody had a highlight in this game. Himawet being the sneaky mechanic that he was. First officer playing to his utility beautifully earlier during the chase. Again, Priestess with the time bot, and then Gravedigger just being Gravekeeper rather being such a pro at those. And here we go. MVP will be going to GK's V8 though. I think for this round, it's so many MVP, so many players with MVP potential here. I think it's so hard to choose. It really is.
Yeah, that's true. And V8 actually kind of shades of the first round. He did also get MVP, so he's really a very feared forward coming into this. But talking about the shining moments that happened, the mechanic was able to buy so much time. I really want to be able to see. I actually thought I was seeing double when I saw the mechanic hide at Shaq, but she was actually there, and 72S just moving past that mechanic. So excellent stuff. I think that was the shining moment of that mechanic. But not to mention the other shining moments as well, Articuno.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that was I still can't get over that sneaky mechanic play. Just ever so subtly staying in that corner, just very well thought out. The fact that he calculated so well that point where he lost the trail, that's what became so mind-boggling for a 72S there, where he had that notification of like hearing out a survivor, but where the hell is he?
Yeah, exactly. I want to be able to see that again. I don't know if the mechanic went for a locker. That would probably be first in IVC history. But very sneaky mechanic. I would keep my eyes on him and probably ban the mechanic if ever. Because we are going to see 3 survivor bans and 2 hunter bans. So really interested to see how now the tables have turned. Now 7H is the one in the lead, and we said this time and time again, our predictions are there, but we'd love to be proven wrong, and 7H is really showing everyone that they're not to be messed with.
Absolutely. And just to note as well, 7H is one of those teams that are so comfortable with working with curveball picks. And when you're in these best of 3 scenarios, curveball picks can heavily come to your advantage when you do hit those later rounds, because normally you'd see a lot of emphasis towards meta / map advantage heavy picks on survivors, but there's a lot more to the equation, and I just love that the predictions came towards the bottom right now, because it's like a reminder. So you guys, round 2 went to 7H. They have the advantage right now, and you went for GK. So thanks for the reminder prediction.
Thank you guys. You guys. But
it's like now I'm on the edge of my seat.
Exactly. Now we have stakes in this as well, not just as fans, but as analysts and predictors, as fortune tellers in this crazy tournament that is IVC. But you know what, they are not failing to show that you cannot miss any of these matches, ladies and gentlemen, because none of these matches are actually mirrored towards each other. Every match counts, and every match has their own distinct flavor and their own distinct tempo and storyline to tell. And this storyline, 7H is dictating the pace, but that could change ever so slightly with just 1 point.
Right. I mentioned that 1 point. That's kind of what gives me jitters in this all the more. The fact that it's so close, so tight, and you have to take note, Pouch. There's a lot of possibilities here. Not just the wins, but because of how close it is, we could also look at our first best of 3 that goes into an extra round because of how these circumstances are playing out.
That's true. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you just brought that possibility up. And the night didn't even start yet for any of us, because that
my gosh,
one thing that would turn this night around if we actually see a tiebreaker. And can I just say, this is a very it's a very interesting story for 7H. They were the one team that didn't see the third round, and now they're taking it to the limit for GK. So it seems like, they're having their own arc here as a team, really being able to show that they can run this marathon that is IVC Southeast Asia 2020. So there could be a tiebreaker. That's a possibility.
Yeah, and you know what? Straight up, thank you to 7H as well as GK. I don't feel as bad about missing out on being able to play ranked right now. So because this has been a crazy best of a 3. Yeah, and there's not really much to say, but wow.
Yeah. If we try to build up this third round, every point matters. Every decision matters. Every map ban and persona placement would matter. When all cards are laid on the table, we saw that, Hanzo did bring out his signature violinist. I wonder who he's going to pick next, because I'm pretty sure they're going to respect ban his violinist.
Definitely. Another thing is I think it's already a given going into round 3, but at this point in time, GK really needs to respect the mechanic. I think had the mechanic not been in that last game, things would have been drastically different. But since 7H did have that advantage of the mechanic working on those puppets, like imagine the extra time, like that extra time where 7H would have been pressured within later minutes had they not had that extra puppet working on side first. I feel like that could have been a huge game changer. So yeah, GK
just to bring it up, that we know that the forward was the MVP, but man, we've been seeing a lot of mechanic action.
Yeah.
And not just that, even though when she's cherried, she's still pushing those objectives. So she'll get at least a half cipher in there if the hunter's not able to do cleanup and just whack that puppet right away. So, you know what? That's a reason why she's part of that triumvirate, that trinity of sorts of those characters that do a lot of work. I wouldn't be surprised if she gets banned, or she's getting a lot of notoriety for hunters to just opt for that ban of that mechanic.
Right. Oh, man. So I think that's going to be another challenge for 7H. I have no doubt that they have a deep enough pool to bring survivors. Like even... like they have a deep enough pool, number one, and with the pool that they have, they could perform just as efficiently regardless of what they bring out for the survivors. The challenge, of course, here though is what the mechanic banned out. How much of a difference will it make this time around going into round 3? Because I feel like, again, mechanic has been so crucial to those victories that we saw. I'm not just talking about that sneaky play, but just in general, like how convenient it is to have those ciphers up. You have to remember that for the past 2 rounds we did see mechanic, we never really got correct me if I'm wrong, but if I recall correctly, we never really got a glimpse of those moments where the hunters were able to pin down those puppets right away. So
we weren't. We were able to see them snipe out the mechanic right away, but they were able to plant them ever so sneakily for the hunter to not really see that. So and we did see that in the match data that the mechanics did push ciphers, even though that they were the first ones to get sent back to the manor. So, I would actually expect to see a respect ban of that mechanic.
Yeah, same expectations. So that's the challenge. Whether or not 7H can live up to that, there you go. And on the flip side as well for GK, because they haven't been one to slide away from textbook, and textbook has been safe for them so far. But safe isn't going to cut it for them going into this round because of that 1 point advantage. So whether or not there are other things that GK can bring to the table when push comes to shove, that's probably the condition that I'm looking at for them going into this round 3.
Yeah, they have to throw safety out the window and really go all out now, because 7H made their mark. They are leading this dance now, so it's up to GK to go to the drawing board and change up their strategy in terms of how to approach this match. And we did mention that, there are going to be more bans and picks. So this is where we're going to see those surprise plays coming out. I know that a map is going to be a priority here in terms of which cast of characters we're seeing. But also, it's the third round. You have to go all out. You don't want this to go to a tiebreaker. You just have to be able to throw everything in the kitchen sink to your opponent and see who's going to come out the winner in this matchup. Now, I'm just going to ask this question to you, because I know you've been playing a lot of Prisoner. How excited would you be seeing if the mechanic is banned, they opt for Prisoner?
Oh, man. I would love to see a Prisoner, to be honest. But then again, Prisoner there's the bias in me that just wants him fielded, but at the same time, I feel like there's so many conditions as well that you have to take into consideration if you are gonna bring a prisoner to debut. I think a lot of it has to do with number one, what picks you have available, and number two, what the map could be, because I feel like map is another tricky thing you have to put into consideration, because the wider the maps you have, the more tricky those transmissions can get as a prisoner pick. So I'm glad that you brought that up, by the way. The fanboy in me just kind of like a light bulb came up. But yeah,
zap right away the hunt.
Yeah, exactly.
We did see a prisoner in day one.
Yeah,
I believe it was For You did bring out the prisoner against MP's disciple. So again, it's a viable pick. It could happen. You know what? That could be the trump card. Who knows? I'm not trying to get your hopes up here. I really want to see a prisoner as well, to be honest. But we'll see how you're feeling. Because, like as you mentioned, GK has to be the one to, throw safety out the window and be able to really bring the fight to 7H now that 7H was able to get that 1 point lead.
I mean, I guess it does. Like, if the conversation is 7H, again, just a team that isn't shy of bringing interesting picks to the table. We saw how the mechanic panned out. If they want a pseudo, if they want to swap that out with a prisoner, I would say that's doable. You don't really have the speed is kind of a risk, because if prisoner gets caught, it's not the same scenario where if you're a mechanic, you have those pop bits that could still do work for you. It's all or nothing when you're running a prisoner. Maybe if you're able to get a connector, transmission rather, that other survivors can work on aside from yourself, then maybe, but it's such a tough call. There's just so many variables going into this round 3. And it's because you're looking at one team that's just so textbook and another team that isn't afraid of throwing the textbook out of the window, glass crashing all the way to the ground.
Yeah, and just rewriting their own textbook.
Exactly.
And all right, the waiting is over, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head over to the picks and bans. We're going to see, the usual suspects of the bans, Dream Witch and a Bloody Queen. We're going to see Ever Sleeping Town, though, Articuno, a huge map.
Okay. Okay. Ever Sleeping Town. Wasn't expecting that as a round 3 map pick, but I guess, having a map that spells not infinite possibilities, but as a throw off, it's yeah, sure. I welcome that. You know what? Let's check out how 7H is going to complement this.
Whoa! Okay. Explorer. All right. The first Explorer in IVC and 72S. Not wasting any time. Going with the textbook violinist. So this is a very interesting lineup on the side of 7H.
As I said, 7H is not a team that is shy from going out of the... Never have I thought that I would be seeing Kurt Frank in the group stage, but I'm all for it. 7H. Okay, let's see how this Explorer pans out, ladies and gents. Round 3, first half. 7H really digging deep into their pocket here with the picks. So let's see if it'll lead to fruition for them, because the chase is on as 72S finds his first target in SPST.
SPST, the first officer, will he burn that first pocket watch right away to get enough time? He does, and 72S doesn't want to waste time. Lower left side of the screen sees the Explorer looking for those pages, that Lilliput map, the Lilliput book, able to, I guess we got to be able to squint our eyes to find that Explorer as well.
Exactly. You know what? I will say this. As long as Explorer isn't the first pickoff for 72S, then I think that's already a huge thing that 7H is working with. And as we can see, 72S isn't shy of deviating from his first target, because the ideal at the end of the day would be, but
this is the ideal, but will he be able to find the Explorer? Oh, he can't find those tracks on the floor. He finds him, and 72S making sure he's going to be able to down this Explorer, Articuno.
Yeah, and here you go. The Sonatas are going to pop. Can 72S look for the right connection? No, he didn't even need to. just the presence of that one note was enough pressure for Mumu to think of what direction he goes, and there you have it. Oh man, as I was saying, 72S, the ideal target would have been Explorer, the quick switcheroo, and his call was rewarded.
Yeah, and just to reiterate that he really wanted to get that Explorer to hamper the Cypher Rush. The smallest can be the most biggest dangers in this matchup. And just to quote one of our fellow casters saying that the bee is the most dangerous animal out there.
Oh my gosh.
And he knows that the Explorer is a big trump card, so he's not wasting any time. SPST now, he has to play a guessing game because SPST made that save and he's going to lock in with the Explorer. Not sure if he knows this, but he picked a great choice, still locking in with that first officer.
Ooh, there you go. Nice work of the Sonata positioning there. Mumu, of course, naturally going to try to put himself in a corner farthest away from a rocket chair. Bit of a way to go. So, nonetheless, that will be second time around for Kurt Frank on the chair.
We still have yet to see the coordinator make her save. We did see the first officer, and now you see 72S just a fully fed a fully fed violinist, just being able to get those Cypher Rushes down and see how he's able to hamper any of these guys going for those objectives. We still have 4 Cyphers left, so it's still quite a while before they're able to really push those objectives. Now he's shifting his attention. This Explorer is going back to the manor, but he was able to buy some time for his teammates.
Yeah, oh man, such a high risk, high reward scenario that 7H is working with right now. Coordinator, first officer, as well as here 4 Cyphers remaining, not to mention. I think they did get some decent progress though in the midst of that Explorer chase. It is just unfortunate though that terror shock though onto Neno's attempt.
Beautiful blink there for Nano's to bait Nano's attempt to being able to jump that window. So great play on 72S. He is going all out, but look at this, him awarded with the flare gun shot, and now buying a lot of time for his teammates. Nano's attempt is still down, and 72S is going to change his priorities to share this seer.
Yeah, meanwhile, it looks like first officer is keeping busy by making sure that they work on those ciphers. They still have quite a bit of a way to scale as far as these survivors go. And the question is, who is going to go on rescue duty? Because coordinator, no gun to work with anymore. So she might want to look into whatever other tools she can find. But yeah, it's super hard right now.
Oh, that Cypher was so close to being primed. And look at this, Himawari, it's going to eat that note. And oh, wow, excellent just movement there. And now SPST rotating to try to save his teammate. But I believe he has 1 pocket watch left. He will try to use that and try to make that one count. As Articuno mentioned, this coordinator doesn't have her flare gun anymore, so it's going to be tough for her to make that save.
Yeah, and like, if anything, the person you ideally want to see go for a save here is SPST, which he is trying to attempt, but 72S gets a small glimpse of him as he tries to rotate towards a different side. We'll try to go for the rescue now. Has to be careful though, Sonatas are coming in. Oh, that was a great position though, but not before the pop comes in though, as Neno's attempt falls once again.
Yeah, great placement at Sonata. Even though that the first officer did use that pocket watch, was able to nullify that save. 4 ciphers left, Articuno. The dungeon is still hidden.
Yeah, looks like 72S found the plus ultra beast in him. Doesn't want what happened during round 2 to hinder his performance. If anything, it lit a fire under his what's a nice way to put it? His behind. I didn't want to say any other bad way to put it, but you know what? Nose attempt skyrockets out of there. First offer was already down. Didn't have enough time to heal though.
Yeah, and the coordinator is able to pop that cipher, so we're going to be seeing the dungeon. The dungeon is revealed. So the best thing that they can go for is a 2-man out, but how things are looking now, it's looking like, you know what, this coordinator has to look for that dungeon for her to be able to tie things up, but he is going to leave that officer down.
Speaking of that dungeon, we get a glimpse of it towards the left side of 72S, and Himoart is all the way on the other side of that map.
It's looking again, this is one of the advantages and disadvantages of Ever Sleeping Town. How big this map is, and how he's being able to really the hunter being able to go on foot to the other side. And now we're gonna see a patroller switch by 72S. Camps out, just gets the coordinator in the ankles there, and now Himawari, excellent stuff, throwing down that pallet, moving to another one, but 72S is ready. First officer is still bleeding out, and as Articuno mentioned, that dungeon is on the other side of the map.
Yes, sirree. Himawari, it's super duper tricky. Here comes the Sonata. Will it reach the Rhapsody? And okay, the Connect does its trick. Ladies and gents, 72S pulling off all the stops in this game, and oh my gosh.
Wow. He's just waiting, because I believe the coordinator still has one heal left, so I'm not sure how this is going, but 72S has 2 down survivors, 3 ciphers left, and it's looking like a GG here, but I don't know. I think I'm not sure if the first officer was able to heal by himself, but this coordinator can still be able to save herself and pick herself back up.
Yeah, 72S trying to read out the situation here.
Not celebrating just yet. He doesn't want to call it a GG yet. He wants to be definitive with this decision, and I don't blame him, because 7H was really able to push them to their limits and really take the fight to them. Let's see how he's going to be able to do this. I think he's waiting for the first officer to pop back up, or he's waiting for one of these guys, and the coordinator does pop back up, and now we're going to see another chase coming out of 72S.
Yeah, and that kind of gives 72S the guarantee as far as what the first officer's situation is right now in this game, where, you know what, probably first officer did heal himself on his own earlier, so I don't have to worry about him anymore, and now it's just down to Himawari.
Yep, and now he's lining up these shots while this patroller is going to do everything he can for him to be able to hamper the movement of this coordinator, and that is the second time this coordinator will be falling. And this could potentially be GG. We're just waiting. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, ladies and gentlemen, but I think the first officer already picked himself back up.
Yeah. I love how calculated 72S is. Not wanting to let anything escape him. He's just waiting for first officer to expire before he sends Himawari to the rocket chair.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Calculated. Really not, extending anything, because we're seeing the healing progress of this coordinator, 87%. First officer is close to being expired already, and he just wants to make sure that he gets the 5-point victory, because the chair is right there.
Yes, and oh man, that is pretty huge. I think. Okay, yeah, that at this point, you know what? 72S is confident. Oh, but wait a minute, SPST, take note of that position near the dungeon,
That's true. Oh my god. Wow. By the time he was able to do that, he was able... Oh, no.
Okay.
My apologies. He was down. So, again, great wherewithal with 72S. Really able to snipe out that situation in terms of not denying the dungeon for that first officer. So, again, he didn't want to celebrate just yet. We knew that he was thinking of something, that he didn't want to share these survivors just like that and just act kind of recklessly. And now got his team 5 points.
And wow. Okay, let's talk about that game. Let's talk about what happened in that game before we talk about win conditions moving forward. Again, such a risk that 7H was playing to. Gotta commend them for that. Bringing the Explorer to the table. We were like, our expression, our reaction said it all earlier when he came in. But yeah, like we said, high risk, high reward. Unfortunately, didn't quite pan out. 72S had the right mindset to make sure that he tried to prioritize sniffing out the Explorer. Could have gone either way if he wasn't able to find the Explorer, because Ever Sleeping Town is just it's a huge playing ground you're working with. But yeah, Stars Align did for 72S when he did shift target, found Explorer. That proved to be a bit problematic for 7H moving forward, since again, we were also playing with when the Explorer went down, there were still 4 ciphers to go. So just a lot of things at the end of it.
One thing to highlight here from 72S was that moment you mentioned, him changing targets to go for that Explorer. And once he went for that Explorer, it was really hard for them to pick up the pieces to really push those ciphers. So And they really had to go on rescue duty. As we see here in the match data, Nano Zeteb getting just pushing a little bit of that cipher and containing a lot, but Himawarit though spending a lot of time with the Hunter as well as SPST. Now 72S getting the 5 points, the 4-person takedown, 12 attacks, 6 palace destroyed, and 8 knockdowns. Excellent stuff. And now the pressure has shifted away from GK and now to 7H.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Kudos to 72S, in which case there are a lot of on-point Sonata connects there. So it really cost 7H to be in a position of pressure, to be honest. It was definitely a hard way to go. And it came to a point where they even had to maximize their self-heals. So it really came down to 722S expending a lot of that utility. Like, you really squeezed them out in this game.
We've been seeing a lot of that from the Hunters, not taking their survivors, not looking past what they're capable of doing. We saw Aris do that, and now we see 72S. Very calculated, very aware of the situation. You did mention that I believe it was on the left side as he was transitioning from that midpoint of the map to head to that coordinator. So he knew that the first officer was nearby that area. I didn't want to chair him just yet. So the dungeon was revealed, denied that just to put more pressure on 7H, because now if we talk about win conditions, Articuno, GK is 12 points while 7H is at 8 points. So win condition for 7H is to go for Hanzo is to go for a 4-person takedown.
Wait, is this correct? Round 3, 5 points for
GK.
Yeah, okay, so a little bit of a switcheroo in the graphic there. So it's a bit tricky because we're in a position, correct me if I'm wrong, again, my math is horrendous, by the way.
That's why we're both here. We need to help each other out with this.
Thank God. Hallelujah. The sole win condition is they have to ace this or ultimately lose out. So there's no alternate parallel universe in this best of 3 where we're heading into a playoffs at this point, because that one point, that one extra point that you get in getting a perfect, which really set the bar, I guess.
Yes, it did.
Towards victory or defeat at this point. There's no middle ground.
Yeah, because up to round 2, second half, first half of round 2, we were dead even, and then 7H pulling, pedal to the metal here, getting 3-1. Now, again, it's a 1-point difference. So if Hanzo taps into ultra instinct mode and just goes all out and gets a miracle run for him to be able to, it's not impossible. It's just a big mountain to climb for him to be able to get a 4-person down in Ever Sleeping Town. Then you can see 7H actually get a victory over GK. Those are the conditions we're playing with, Articuno.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and talk about potential bans moving forward, because GK, one of those more meta textbook oriented teams. As far as bans, I could totally see the same set coming into play where we might see a priestess, mechanic, and mercenary ban. Maybe seer coming in. I think that's the safer route to go out of the triumvirate. You want to let because you do not want to let a priestess loose on this map. That's for sure. So you have to sacrifice not being able to ban the triumvirate in this case.
In this map, especially with how the matches are been playing out, you don't want the mechanic to do the same thing she's been doing from the start. Also, I think that 7H wants to deny Skyfall of his mercenaries. So I agree with you there. Maybe they have to sacrifice letting the seer pass just to get rid of that sneaky priestess, because you know how she's able to just get past the real estate and the structure with her holy keys. Now, in terms of Hunter ban, though, GK being a very textbook-oriented team, do you think that they're going to go with textbook bans, or they're going to see 7H as people that flip the script and try to go for like a violinist ban or a bonbon ban?
Oh man, that's tricky. Since we're talking about Hanzo here, again, the curveballs that 7H can throw on both fronts, both Survivor as well as Hunter. So I think it will, the way this goes, GK is going to be, the way I think GK is going to be playing out is they're going to be banning a Hunter. Oh, wait. Oh my God. GK is going to be banning Hunters probably a little bit more heavily towards making sure that whatever composition they have in mind does not get countered. I think it's going to be maybe less of map, but more on making sure that their textbook is encountered here.
That's true. The question is, and also I just want to put it out there, Gamekeeper. That's part of the equation of Hanzo. He could bring it out. Again, this is where he could actually, flip the script on everyone and show what his Gamekeeper is all about, especially how big this map is. He can really close out that distance. But then again, you have a very textbook-oriented team, and I'm pretty sure GK studied the meta of Dream Witch and Bloody Queen, but did he study Hanzo's Gamekeeper?
Oh, man. I mean, that Gamekeeper was interesting. Well, and just talking about the risk of running a Gamekeeper, I mean, they weren't shy about taking a risk in the first half. I wouldn't be surprised if they aren't shy of doing the same thing going into the second half. So again, oh, there we go. Wow, wait a minute.
We don't have to live in speculation anymore. Oh, respecting the Gamekeeper ban. Excellent stuff on GK's side. Again, they don't want to risk it. And as you mentioned, you called it, you hit the nail on the head there, Articuno. The bans are going to be Priestess, Merc, and Mechanic.
Okay, but interesting, we have an Acrobat coming into play for GK. Wow. So that's going to be the shakeup for their composition.
And we're going to see a signature forward Skyfall with that Gravekeeper, a Seer by 4U, and Hanzo. Now, this is where we can compare. We're going to compare Hanzo's violinist with 72S's violinist. Again, he needs to get a four-person takedown in this matchup.
I'm taking notes for this game. Oh my gosh. This is going to be really interesting. I think I like GK's composition going into this. There's a lot of ways that they can be slippery, and it's a good. I think in this particular case where you just need to make sure that Hanzo doesn't get a perfect score. Having a composition this slippery is it's a good way to live up to that win condition. That's for sure.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, they do have the tools to extend their life as long as they can. Slothop, the Acrobat, is going to be seen first. Okay, puts the Sonata note. Oh, wow, excellent jump to avoid the string of fate there. Slothtop extending the chase here, moving to 11. And now oh, wow, an owl to save him. And for him to extend this is actually huge on the side of GK.
Holy cow, GK's coordination is super on point within the first minute of this game. But you know what? Hanzo had enough, wants to potentially eject the Seer from that owl usage.
Yeah.
If he can manage it.
Yes, because the Seer does not have an owl. He does have a quick down unless he's able to extend his kiting time for him to build up that rage. For you will eat that hit. Again, those notes are there for the Hunter to be able to cut off the survivors for them to use this real estate.
Yeah, oh man, Hanzo trying to predict their direction this year was going there, just throwing out some Rhapsodies. There you go. Luckily, he is able to get the connect. This should make it easier for Hanzo to get that last hit, and there you have it.
We see a down Seer. The Acrobat did a lot of work at the opening part, but we still have 5 ciphers left, Articuno, but not for long. The Gravekeeper, very ironic, he's at the graveyard, popping that cipher here at Ever Sleeping Town, and 4 ciphers remain.
I like Hanzo's position. I believe there was a Rocketeer that might have been a bit nearer, but I think it's a great call that Hanzo brings it to a place where he can keep one of these ciphers in check.
True. And now he's actually putting the pressure on Slothtop, because Slothtop, I believe, was working on that cipher, and now he's forcing him to extend himself and go for that save. The Rhapsody note will be put into place. Oh, jumps it just for some distraction, and we'll see Hanzo is playing the patience game. Ooh, baits a hit, but then we see a clean rescue coming out of the Acrobat.
Oh, fantastic. But there you go. Last rescue is going to come in. Oh, man. I swear. Like, this tram.
He's the second hunter in this map. But look, he didn't even need to pay attention because the last effort was popped, and the seer will be falling once again. I believe this tram needs to have a highlight of its own.
Yeah, like, play of the game right there. To help 7H's cause. But you know what? It's all good. This is only for you second time on the rocket chair. So this is still a lot of leeway that GK is working with. Again, ladies and gents, they don't need to go for perfection here. If we were talking about GK, they just need that one survivor. They can afford one. But of course, ideally, they want to set the ground for them to be as advantageous as possible. Here we have a good shift here, putting V8 towards rescue duty. For you, of course, going to try to establish distance, but it's going to be so hard. There's not much terrain to work with here.
Yep, and now V8 though in the area. Hanzo has to be careful when he's going to pick up this seer because the seer just putting miles between him and that rocket chair. Now Hanzo has the arduous task of carrying this seer, and we see V8 there. Just, I don't know, he's going to try to go for a tackle. Will he be able to make it in time, though? Because Hanzo is approaching that rocket chair, and he is going to see it. V8 is nowhere in sight, and as you mentioned, Articona, they don't have to go for perfect. They just need to go for that tie just for them to be able to, just to secure that victory.
Yes, and this is going to be a tricky scenario for Hanzo. Look at this. Tries to go onto Rhapsody onto one of these ciphers. He was trying to predict if GK might have been working on that, but that isn't the case. And this is smart coming in from GK. Looks like they're already rotating towards that one cipher, and Hanzo making the call to maybe go for a saw top, but no. He sniffs out another potential player in this game that might have rotated toward that cipher, and he does find V8.
I just love how spread out GK is, keeping the attention of Hanzo all over the place in this map. And V8 just buying a lot of time because lower left side, I believe that's the corner house. The Acrobat is working to pop that cipher, but unfortunately the forward will get hit, and he will get that Rhapsody note, and we have a downed forward.
Oh man, that was very, very well played there by Hanzo. V8 had the right idea there, was trying to predict the Sonata positioning, took a hit, but unfortunately wasn't able to anticipate the direction of where that where Hanzo's ability was going to go. But still, one cipher remaining. All GK has to do, if they want to continue to work with 3 survivors, is time that rescue along with that cipher pop perfectly. That cipher is near in a position. Slothout has to be a little bit more patient here. Want to dodge that Sonata. Great job at making sure that he's away from that note. Takes a hit though. Just need to wait for that cipher.
True, and now Slot Top falls, but then the last cipher gets popped, and he is going to throw the pallet on Hanzo. Now this is the end game. He's still carrying Blink, trying to look for a survivor to down because it is the end game, Articuno.
Yes, great setup here for GK. They have all the right cards in their hand, and for Hanzo, not gonna lie, but getting 3 survivors out, especially on this wide of a map, is a tall order for him to deal with.
Yeah, let's see if he'll be able to rise to the occasion. The Gravekeeper is about to open that exit gate, and an Acrobat is in the area. Sloth Top, though, gonna eat that Blink hit, and Skyfall is already in that burrow state for him to secure his out here in the matchup. Forward and V8 are going out, and that is GG's.
Yeah, man. Well played by both teams here. That will be JK victory, in which case they really came together towards the end of it all. I was a bit worried for them. I was also, not gonna lie, a bit probably like 5% worried about our prediction there. But yeah, at the end of it all, JK did prevail. Nonetheless, kudos to 7H. I mean, the fact that we were on the edge of this seat through these series really goes to show that they were able to rise the occasion and give us a great best of 3 to witness. Great way to start our second week, Putch.
Yeah, they were really able to push us not only to the edge of our seats, but push GK to the limit there. Again, it was getting pretty dicey coming into that round number 3, forcing 72S to go into that plus ultra mode. And you know what? Even kudos to Hanzo and his hunting. He was really able to keep those survivors down in terms of not even denying GK, a very formidable survivor team, for getting a 3-man escape, because we've been seeing a lot of 2-to-1 escapes from GK. So it just shows how strong Hanzo is as a hunter.
Yes, sirree. And okay, let's go ahead and break down that game. I'd say the right thought going for the Seer right off the bat. Luckily, it didn't really take long for him to nail the Seer constantly.
Right.
That way, they wouldn't be any further use for that owl coming up again.
Yeah.
The thing, though, is that even though Hanzo had the right idea, on the flip side, that Seer bought so much time. And I think another disadvantage that kind of came into play is how well GK was able to spread out in this match. And again, I like the mind games that they were kind of playing with here. There was this one point I feel that highlighted that, where Hanzo was able to catch wind of those 2 survivors. So before that,
the 5%, it's cool.
Yeah, that 5% of worry. But yeah, again, I really
back to Hanzo.
Yeah, back to Hanzo. It just really became hard. The progress that GK had on those ciphers was just great. And again, the mini mind games that the micromanagement that they were putting into keeping Hanzo away from the cipher locations that they were ready for prime, I think was really big brain plays coming in from GK at the end of it. And it's unfortunate that again, because it's Ever Sleeping Town, I could feel for Hanzo. It's hard to keep track of all that because of the distance you have to traverse. You really have to kind of choose which locations you're going to focus on. And I think GK was able to play around that to their advantage.
We did point out how spread out they were, and it really just divided the attention of that violinist. Hanzo really had the right idea in terms of, just focusing on one, really dropping Sloth Top and going for the Seer right away. And now looking at the decoding progress of these, again, For You was the first one to fall, but For You did her job pretty well in terms of giving Sloth Top that owl to extend the kite and also extending the containment time of the hunter. 36% doing her job well. Then you see that the rest of the survivors had to play their role. Skyfall and V8 had to push those ciphers, while Sloth Top really had to contain this violinist. Moving over to the violinist side, excellent stuff. 11 attack hits, 3 pallets destroyed, and 6 knockdown. Hanzo, again, really taking the survivors of GK to that limit. And we see that GK is, they can perform under pressure.
Yeah, they definitely can. And to 7H's performance, again, I am so glad that they really rose to the occasion and challenged GK all the way into this round 3. Just a team that's comfortable enough to bring interesting picks to the table is a huge check in my book. Hashtag respect, in which case, to them. But here you have it. The match result, as you can see, round 1 was so close. Round 2 was a 7H win, but at the end of it all, it comes down to points, ladies and gents. And that first half 5-point was a huge deal for GK towards securing this victory.
Looking at these match results, we always say that round 1 is that feeling process. But the thing is, it extended also to the first half of round number 2. So
True.
It was really neck and neck. And I believe, 7H, even though they were the underdogs in this matchup, they really were able to bring it in terms of showcasing their skill. Now, moving over to the MVP, GK Sloth Top, you saw how much time he was able to contain that hunter and how he was able to utilize those bombs of the acrobat. So excellent stuff on the side of GK's Sloth Top.
Yes, sirree. And that said, that's our match 1. And not gonna lie, Potch, probably one of the longest as far as just the totality of hours we've been casting, more than almost 2.5 hours. But I I don't feel tired the least bit. In fact, that best of three just energizes me all the more and makes me look forward to what's ahead heading into match 2. But how about you, Poch? Any other thoughts you might want to put out there? Because
it honestly didn't feel that it was so evenly matched. I think this match was really well paced in terms of the storytelling of it. 7H being the underdog going against GK, really keeping up with the pace. And then, you know what, they really they broke the pack and they were able to gain that round number 2. I think that's why we're not as tired, because it was so evenly matched. They didn't want to go all out, and they really just put the 0 to 60 in the third round to really show everyone what they got in Ever Sleeping Town. Also, mad respect for GK respecting the gamekeeper ban from the side when they played Survivors, because a gamekeeper in Ever Sleeping Town of Hanzo, it could go any which way, and I don't think they wanted to deal with that. They wanted to, dance with the devil they know instead of the devil they do not know.
Exactly. That's actually a very good way of putting it, Poch. Other thoughts I might have. It's really tricky. Just the high risk, high reward that 7H put into that Explorer. It could have really, it's such a high risk, because if that Explorer was left unchecked, we were talking about the possibility of a prisoner coming to play. If you look at the story in Identity 5, guys, and you filter survivors based on decoders, basically you'd have those 3 options come in. You'd have if I'm recalling this correctly, you have Explorer, Prisoner, and Mechanic. So
one more, Lawyer.
Oh yeah, there you go. Actually,
the OGs.
I'm gonna open the story because we have the interview going on and the Thai stream, so we're just waiting for that to wrap up before we can take our moment to breathe after that best of 3. So
very intense match, and I'm pretty sure all the Explorer mains out there are just up in arms, like, we have a representation. We got 7H, just throwing out the script saying that the Explorer can come to play. Again, very unfortunate, but you know what? It was just that it was high risk, high reward. The Hunter was able to find the Explorer right away for him not to really backdoor his way in popping any of those ciphers. Because I think if you have the Explorer, that's easy 2 ciphers popped if you play your cards right in terms of finding those pages, so that you'll be able to have an easy cipher rush at the start.
Right. Okay, sorry, my mistake. Not 3, but 4, because I don't play this other one. So we have Mechanic, Prisoner, and Explorer, as well as Mind's Eye.
Mind's Eye, yes.
Yeah, Mind's Eye did see quite a bit of, not quite a bit, but saw some decent play during Call of the Abyss 2, ever since hasn't really seen as much play anymore, since, the meta kind of did shift. But anyway, you have Mechanic, Prisoner, as well as Explorer. Out of these 4, Explorer is the least likely you'd see if you really want to go for someone that specializes in decoding.
True.
So,
personally, if I would rank them, it would be like Mechanic, Prisoner. I don't know if you want to put a Lawyer, I guess, so you can see where the Hunter's at, but usually you'd stick with those 2, either Mechanic, Prisoner. But then bringing an Explorer in the mix, you know what? I guess they had something up there in their back pocket in terms of using that Explorer. But again, it was sniped out. The Hunter, seeing that Explorer, wanted to priority down the Explorer right away. So excellent stuff on 72S's side.
Yeah, definitely. And oh gosh, it could have paid off. It could have paid off if the Hunter wasn't able to find that Explorer. Again, it's just that one. It's that risky situation. But then again, that's the high risk you're willing to put out. That 7H was willing to put out by choosing Explorer. Didn't pan out, unfortunately, in the end. But you know what? That's just how the cookie crumbles.
That's true. Articuno making me want to crave for some cookies. But yeah,
I'm having cookies during the break.
That's awesome. That's how it panned out. And I think that's what 7H just wants to leave it all on the line. And they wanted to be able to show everyone that this is how they play Identity 5. And you know what? We're slowly documenting the rise of these teams and slowly documenting how the meta of Identity 5 Southeast Asia is being played. So it's really important for everyone to be watching these matches and seeing what are the optimal picks and what picks can really be curveball picks.
Okay, so there you have it, guys. That has been match number 1. We're only starting week 2, and again, shout out to 7H and JK for giving us a great start to this weekend. When we come back, more Identity 5 action is coming your way right here at the IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia, it's your time in the spotlight. Articuno and Pot Spice with you all the way. We'll be right back for some pretty intense IDV. Don't go away, guys.
守墓人的那一天起，便知道拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物， 他们？可笑！我只知道我的信仰在哪里召唤我。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次的划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运。艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the IVC Southeast Asia 2020 Potch Spice and Articuno calling the action. It is the second week. What an intense match we had between 7H and GK. Now we're going to move on to our next match, Articuno, and we're not feeling tired. We're actually really excited for this next match.
I mean, an intense match plus Belladonna leading into this game. Sure.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. But yeah,
my jam.
It's it's like the more song, like every Identity 5 broadcast, there's at least one song that gets stuck in my mind. Like COA 2, it was Escape. COA 3, it was that song by Pam, as well as the main theme. Like it didn't have a title, but yeah, no, this time it's Belladonna. Anyway, sidetracking.
We'll have a tier list of songs, but Belladonna has to be up there because it just gets stuck in your head. So let's move on. We have IVS versus DT or Destiny. These two teams are still looking to get on the board. How can you sum up this matchup that we're about to see?
Just suddenly Belladonna. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. The way I would sum it up is it's definitely going to be a battle for it's like a thirst, a hunger, that they want to quench going into this match. We want in on that first win.
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to introduce the cast of characters for this matchup between IVS and DT. IVS, Longdeptrai, Credana, Wolfie, Zhao Khan, and Mar. Now, IVS has seen the qualifying stage of Call of the Abyss, so you can actually say that they've seen more exposure. Not to discount DT, because they have also been around in the community. But right now, we're highlighting IVS, Longdeptrai with that very scary Ripper. And we've been talking about Ripper off stream in Articuno, and this is the type of hunter that has always been a solid pick. He hasn't seen any changes drastically to change him that much. Now moving on to Krejana, the Seer. When we've been seeing actually, I think that this is the most we've been seeing the Seer compared to Call of the
Abyss. Oh yeah, for sure.
So moving over to Wolfie, shout outs to Wolfie, by the way. Well, we have a funny story about Wolfie later on. With that Mercenary, again, a pick that has been denied countless of times in this IVC. It just goes to show that the meta is changing, and we're seeing an excellent cast of characters being represented. Moving over to Zhao Khan.
Yeah, Zhao Khan right here with the preferred Prospector. Prospector, we haven't really seen as much though in this tournament. So one thing we have seen though is from IVS Mar, the mechanic that he looks to sport.
Yeah, the mechanic also has been doing a lot of the containment time as well as the decoding time. And quick shout outs to the community, because I know that in the first stream, me and Articuno mentioned that please let us know who these players are if they have social medias. And shout outs to Rana Campbell. She actually reached out to us and gave us these links, and we were able to talk to Wolfie and all the rest of the community. So please, we do invite you guys to just message us and just let us know more about. We really want to do our research and tell your stories. And now with Wolfie, actually, he is actually really revved up, and he's, you know what, he's shaking off the jitters from the start, and he's really willing to go all out for this match. So I'm so excited to see IVS come into full form in this matchup.
Yeah, I love that you brought that up, by the way. Like we have to remember, beyond the survivors and hunters, the strategies that we see, at the end of the day, you know, all these players, they have lives outside of Identity 5. So it's really nice to interact with the players, to get to know their stories and see how excited they are for the tournament. But you know what? There's more people that are excited going into this, and it is the players of DT. Kluai Home, Yellow Duck, Jumperior, Hatar, I forgot what this character was, and Hatari, I think, and
Oh, hey, we just got confirmation. Good job.
Yeah, I heard the voice of God confirm that Hatari is the right pronunciation. Thank you.
So looking at the Axe Boy pick, I guess DT doesn't shy away from any of the off meta, if you would, but they do have a preferred meta. Yeah, Yellow Duck having the Mercenary did a lot of work in their meeting in the previous matchup against OSM. So I'm really interested to see how they're going to pan out. And are we even going to see like them get pushed to the limit for them to really go at the bottom of the barrel, for them to bring out strategies once these top picks would be banned?
Yes. Oh man. Anyways, it's interesting as we look at the stats because almost everybody from both teams has preferred picks that are up in meta. Here we have Jumperior with the mechanic. So I think not only are we looking at matchups that where both teams are hungry for a win, but also matchups where you can kind of do that compare and contrast side to side. Here we have Hatari. There you go.
Ooh, there you go.
With the Seer. So again, yeah, just the picks. It really emphasize how these picks are. It's going to be a compare and contrast. There's a lot of similarities that both teams are bring to the table. It's kind of it's an interesting foreshadowing because earlier we were talking about how we hope those two hunters between GK and 7H would choose the same hunter on the same map during the same round. But I think it's in this matchup where we'll get a lot more of that, but more so on the survivor side.
Yeah, that's actually a good call there because of how we were able to run down these preferred picks. And, IVS, DT, they're two teams that are looking to get on the board. So they really have to go all out while making a statement in terms of how they want to be able to score that point using the preferred picks or going with those metas. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment all been waiting for, our predictions. And I see Articuna's like just okay, let's hope this pans out how like we talked about it.
Yeah. I mean, IVS, we're putting our faith in you this time. So
again, we talked about this. IVS being the one more exposed to bigger stages. We did try to compute. We did go through all the realities and hold our reality stone and see which team would come out on top. And we did agree IVS has it, but not to discount Destiny because Destiny really took it to the limit between OSM and I believe it was a 1-point difference in their matchup. So it's still a big threat, but it's just that we're required to have a prediction. and also it trains me and Articuno in terms of our analysis of the game and look at the stats for us to be able to give you guys a clear analysis of what's about to pan out.
Yeah, it's not like wild hunches like ooh, you know what, I like this team's name, or ooh, I like this player's name, or ooh, he's using
awesome.
my favorite character.
It's OSM. Awesome. Let's go with them. No,
okay.
We do a lot of number crunching, ladies and gentlemen. This is science we're talking about. Me and Articuna doing our homework. But again, Identity 5, it's I would say it's also the theater of the unknown because you know what? You have 7H almost proving us wrong, really taking GK to the limit. So let's see how this pans out. That's why I'm so excited for this matchup.
Yeah, going into this, it's really tricky to speculate this time because again, these guys are also very primary with their picks, which is great. At least because it could be it's a detriment sometimes when it's a detriment as far as wanting to pursue competitive, especially if you can't at least do your ABCs, and the ABCs of which case are like picks from the triumvirate or adjusting to newer picks that emerge, and both these teams have proven to be able to do just that. And it's so hard because we talk about getting into these players, getting to see these players beyond the game as well. So, and you see their progress outside of the tournament, like when they post their highlights and their screenshots. So it makes it harder to, it's more insight, but it also makes it harder to foresee how the scales are going to tip.
That's true. Again, this is really their shot to really highlight what they've been training for. And at the stage like IVC, where all eyes are on you guys to set the stage and really set the gold standard for Southeast Asia competitive Identity 5 play. So this is actually a great platform for them. And speaking of highlights, if I would take it back to the matchup that we saw IVS versus NR, Zhao Khan and Mar really putting out. This was, if I would take you back, Zhao Khan being the forward, Mar being the mechanic. This is
Right.
when Aris was the bonbon, and like they were running all over hospital, giving like a bonbon a run for their money. So what I can say about IVS is they never give up. Not to mention DT also having a very formidable axe boy in terms of Kilua Home. I hope I pronounced that right. It's really scary if they don't respect that axe boy. So let's see again how this will pan out as we settle the first dance in the Red Church. First map, first ban we're seeing is the Seer, and we're gonna see DT doing the hunting first.
And okay, this is what I love about IVS. They are not hesitant to bring picks like a Perfumer forward. Perfumer hasn't been as popular of a pick these days. She does still see play, but it's not the same frequency that we saw in earlier seasons. But yeah, like I said, IVS is one of those teams that isn't shy to bring her to the table. 2 out of 3 from the Triumvirate, of course, available. We'll just pick up straight away. Kilua Home gonna bring Bloody Queen to the table.
The second time we're seeing Bloody Queen and in the Red Church. So it just shows that Bloody Queen is a very solid hunter early on if the player that's controlling the Bloody Queen isn't so fair, doesn't feel like the map calls for their preferred character. And Red Church being a very great stage for this Bloody Queen. Now starting at Graveyard, let's see where she'll do the hunting first. Gonna be able to transition to Reception where Zhao Khan is at. Let's see if he'll be able to chase down this forward, or will he shift targets?
There you go. Mirror images popped up right away as Kilua Home spots out Zhao Khan. But interesting. Okay, this is a good call. You know, wants to try to sniff out other higher priority targets. Would be nice if he could also spot out a puppet on the side.
True. Kilua Home realizing the forward, and that's what I've been seeing a lot during this type of high-level gameplay in Southeast Asia. They're not afraid to change target if they feel like it's going to take so much time to down a rescuer, such as the forward or Gravekeeper. Cray Donna now is going to play the chase here. Oh, excellent usage of that perfume for her to snipe out that hit to extend her chase, and we're still here at the back gate, but no, Kilua Home finds another hit, punishing the Perfumer.
Yeah, oh man. But look at this though. This is going to be an interesting transition towards the Graveyard. Take note, Mara is in position here as well. Luckily, Hiradona just goes towards the opposite side just so that Mar is kept safe.
Yeah.
So I like the priority right there. Good thought process coming in from IVS to just transition back to Reception.
True, and you know what? Still focusing on just extending time as much as possible for them not to be able to spot out the mechanic. Excellent rush there on the forward side, extending the Perfumer's life away from that rocket chair. She still hasn't seen the rocket chair article.
Ooh, okay. Nice guiding here coming in from the Perfumer so far. But oh, wait a minute. Kilua Home tried to establish some gap close there. Didn't quite work out. Trying to bank on where this Perfume is gonna go. Here's the tricky part though. Since they're playing around Reception, this was a cipher that Zhao Khan was working on. So this is a few seconds kind of lost because of this transition towards Reception.
True, but look at that Zhao Khan just still pushing that cipher while Cray Donna. Oh wow, unfortunate there, but excellent timing on that Bloody Queen, catching her while she was vaulting that pallet. And now the forward is in the area. Now Kilua Home just able to shift his priority. Doesn't want to pick up the Perfumer just yet because there is that fear of that rush from that forward.
Yes, and this is another high risk, high reward scenario. Sure, Zhao Khan is kind of in a position where he kind of has to halt his decodes every now and then. But on the flip side, the reward though is constant pressure for this Bloody Queen. In a way, that's still time bought. Sure, you might not be. That's like one survivor or less of consistently working on a cipher. Right. But on the flip side, that also allows you to ensure safety for these two right here.
That's true. Oh, wow. Mar going for that save, the mechanic. All right, excellent stuff. Wow, eats that hit, and the perfumer is going to get out of this and transition, probably shifting towards the graveyard for some better real estate, but we're going to see another mirror image, and the last effort is activated.
Yes, sir. And okay. Here we have Hiradonna. Just trying to establish as much distance as can as Kuehome gets the pick up.
Yep. Hiradonna here, able to buy a lot of time. I believe this might be the second time on the rocket chair. One cipher left, so it's still in the position of IVS for them to be able to pop that last cipher, for them to be able to head on out. So now Kiloi Home just trying to snipe away the forward for him to just hamper the rescue that he's trying to make.
Yes, sir.
And now here we go, able to just get the advantage here. But look at that, IVS able to make that save, extending. How long will the perfumer last? Shifting towards the back gate. We have one cipher left. IVS is in position. Are we going to see that pop? Yes, we are, ladies and gentlemen. Kiridana here moving and going to back gate while everyone is over there at the reception area trying to move and get that exit gate open. Kiridana really buying a lot of time, but unfortunately, Kiloi Home able to snipe her out while she was going to do that vault. And this perfumer is heading back to the manor. The mercenary able to open that exit gate, and I believe there are two people there. Forward is already exiting. Mercenary and mechanic are exiting as well, and we are going to see a GG with a 3-1 Articuno. Excellent stuff on the side of IVS. Really able to play the priority game, especially towards the last part of that matchup. The perfumer, I would have to highlight, bought a lot of time for the team to be able to push those ciphers. And as Articuno mentioned before, it was a bit of a sacrifice that Zhao Khan had to give up his cipher, but just so that the mechanic wouldn't be found out, I think that was an excellent trade-off.
Yeah, definitely. And
Can I just say, this was a very heated match. I smell something smoking. It's insane, like how heated everything is. It's, wow, just the intensity of all these matches.
I can kind of try to sniff some smell of burning in my area as well. I'm not sure if everyone was able to catch me out of my chair for a bit during that transition.
That's how intense the match was.
Yeah, but...
Everything okay, though?
I hope so. I was trying to sniff out what smelled like burning, but I turned off one of my lights just in case it came from this one. But yeah, anyway, in the moments I was kind of away from my monitor a bit. Plotch, why don't you break down what happened during that game?
Yeah, as you mentioned that the perfumer was able to buy a lot of time for their team, especially the rotations he was making, really avoiding the mechanic at all costs and putting the faith on the forward and the other rescuer for them to be able to do their job in terms of rescuing. But not to mention that the mechanic also made the first rescue when the perfumer was chaired at reception. So excellent stuff on the side of IVS, really setting the pace of this match. And now they lead 3-1. So against a very formidable Bloody Queen at Red Church. So that's one way to start off this match.
Yeah, definitely. And really interested in seeing, I will say though, like it was also quite a swift game, I would say. It was very swift. Gotta give kudos to the massive time bought by IVS, in which case, so good start off for them. Let's see if they could transition to a round 1 win though for them.
Yeah,
on the flip side.
Yep, let's check out the match data. Again, we just saw a banned seer. So these guys actually going with their preferred picks. So they did excellently, beautifully actually. Wolfie actually pushing the limit for the decoding as well as Mar. And you saw Kiridana here and Zhao Khan really containing the hunter as much as possible. And that's how you want to play with as survivors. Now, over at the side of DT, we saw 9 attack hits, 4 pallets destroyed, and 4 knockdowns. The perfumer, again, bought a lot of time, cashed in so much time for their teammates, for them to be able to just push those objectives, for them to be able to move forward in this matchup.
Yes, sir. And that's a lot of Kiridana, like massive And Zhao Khan as well. I mean, as I was saying earlier, like it was interesting playing around reception where Zhao Khan was at. It's like one payoff for another, basically. Like the payoff being less work on the side, right? Although in all fairness to Zhao Khan, like he didn't give a care in the world, like so long as
the perfumer's got this. Don't worry, I'll be decoding here.
Like that bloody queen isn't turning to me anytime soon. I'll just continue to decode right here, and I'll charge in if
that's pretty gutsy. Because if the bloody queen all of a sudden just sniped at him while he was on that cipher, that's an instant terror shock. So
exactly,
big guts on Zhao Khan. Like, that's fine. She's got like 30 more seconds left in hiding ability. Yeah, that's cool. She's got 2 perfumes left. That's fine. That's fine. Half health. All right, all good.
All good. So, that's. Yeah, we're looking at just a very small win condition, although it is just round 1. You know, and we want to make every single moment count. In which case, either just get a 3-1 tie-up, or even better, if you can land the perfect score. If you're DT, then at least you're not only able to get the point advantage, but you also swing it back to a round win in your favor.
True. So again, we always say that this is just round 1. They can adjust. They can be able to come back from it. But great start so far for IVS. I know that DT is back on the drawing board, and they want to go back to square one and see where they went wrong and be able to adapt and change how they approach this next matchup, because DT will be doing the surviving while we'll be seeing, I believe, Long Depth try with his Hunter. And now Red Church Ripper, not actually that far from reality.
Yep, not far at all. And it would be it's so hard though, because like Ripper is indeed reliable, but like does the weight of a preferred pick like Ripper weigh so heavily to the point that you would kind of put to the side all these other this long list
viable
of picks? Exactly. It would make sense though, like for the later rounds, like if ever those
good point
off the table. But who knows? I mean, we've seen some gutsy picks so far this tournament, so don't want to discount the possibility yet.
Actually, if we're gonna go with trends, maybe he's gonna play it like Hanzo did. Wait for the last, but then again, you get that's the beauty of these mechanics, ladies and gentlemen, because it does even it out. If you want to save your preferred pick towards the end, if your opposing team knows you enough, they're gonna respect ban that, since the bans become more and more, they increase more and more as the rounds go on. So we'll see. Again, there are a lot of, Ripper is very solid, but there are other viable hunters out there that you want to instill the fear of God in them, so that as the rounds go on, they will respect ban those picks and leave the Ripper out of it. Right.
So I guess we'll again have to put it to destiny once we head into pick and ban for the second half. I think it's hard, like with the exception of that Ripper, it's so tricky to think of whether deviations will happen or not.
I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, deviations.
Both sides are textbook. Yeah.
Yeah, the tried and tested formula of the Triumvirate, the Bloody Queens, and the Dream Witches, the Vios and the Bonbons, when the maps tend to be a little bigger for the Dream Witch. So that's what's interesting, because you have these innovators that want to push the envelope and actually maybe even question the tried and tested formulas. And I think that's one of the beauties of IVC.
Yeah. That's we'll just have to wait and see. Again, the condition here, guys, is that both teams are really hungry for a win. So, like, either one of these teams are gonna come out of this towards the end of it all with their thirst quenched. And IVS is off to a fairly decent start towards that. I mean, like, everyone, it's not something you want to discount. If you're going to compare it to the 2-2 earlier, that's like anything can happen.
Yeah, here they did set the pace of this matchup. And just to remind everyone, they are in Group B with OSM and NR. So if either of this team gets a win, they'll tie up with NR. So I'm really interested to see how this match will pan out in whoever's favor, because this, as we mentioned the story before, it was underdog versus Goliath. This one, two hungry teams wanting to leave it all on the line to see who will get on the board first. So will it be IVS or DT? Again, we have to leave it up to the picks and bans for us to really be able to discuss how this match would play out, especially in this early stage where anyone can be picked except just one ban. That's probably all we could talk about, and being the Red Church is where the map is going to be at.
Right. And okay, let's see. I guess moving forward here. You know what? I'm just at a loss right now because I guess what we can talk about though is again this perfumer pick. Perfumer pick has been passed off quite a bit, quite understandably. I mean, you have picks like Gravekeeper coming into play, for example, which these. It's kind of the same predicament that Ripper was facing. Perfumer is still solid, reliable, I would say, but just these newer, better picks coming up. Right. So you know what? Let's go ahead and check it out.
Not gonna waste any more time. We are at the picks and bans phases. Red Church, we're gonna see a Seer ban. Remember, IVS Long Depth Try will be doing the hunting on this stage. Now, the team of DT, we're gonna see Yellow Tuck, Jumperior, Hata, and Little Boy. How is this going to fare out? So we're going to see some cast of characters, same cast of characters here in usual first round fashion. We're going to see 2 out of the 3 of the Triumvirate. We're going to see the Mechanic and the Mercenary, as well as a Gravekeeper and a Little Boy with that Priestess. Little Boy did go that. Wow! Okay, Long Depth Try going with the Joseph, the first in IVC 2020. All right.
Okay, so... I mean, we saw it banned during week 1, so it looks like to much respect, it's finally going to go through, and we'll see some Joseph. So you know what, Poch? I'll let you in on the action for a bit. I'll join you in a teensy bit.
For sure. Wow. All right. I will try my best, because Joseph being here, what a moment to be alive and well in the Identity 5 community. Long Depth Try. Again, we did see a respect ban here. Gonna take a photo early on. Let's see how Long Depth Try will try to predict where these survivors are at. Not wasting any time, making his way to bottom broken. Gonna try to sniff out some of these hunters for him to do some damage here. Little Boy is in the area and also is after Image. Long Depth Try, not wasting any time. And then over here, the Mercenary is making his way in reception while we see the Mechanic at Graveyard. Long Depth Try, again, when you use this type of hunter, it's so important for you to get a good early game and for you to really shift the attention away from Cypher Rush and for them to really scramble for the heals and scramble. Wow, excellent hit there, finding the Gravekeeper. I didn't even see him. And now moving, just really circulating the map and making the most out of this Kodak moment and him able to take that photo. He's going to be able to chair that Priestess just right in time for the photo world to end, so that he'll be able to find more survivors, shifting his attention. Little Boy over there at the top broken now is down. Jumperior, we still see some healthy survivors, but Gravekeeper is 1 hit away, so he will be able to 1 hit him for him to go down. Oh, trying to find him in that locker. Tricky stuff. All right, so we're going to see a very quick pause, ladies and gentlemen. We want to find the best of the best situation out of all this. So, again, a very interesting turn of events here. We see a photographer, Articuno. If I would recall the action there for you. We did see a downed Little Boy, a downed Priestess right off the bat. Great early hunt on Long Depth Try's part. And that's signature Joseph. You want to be able to control the start of that match, get those survivors down in that photo world as you take it. And he really knew the hiding spots of these survivors.
Yeah, and by the way, just to confirm, guys, I'm all good now. Sorry for being a bit distracted earlier.
Everything good? Okay, great.
Yeah. Apparently, like that, I was smelling something burning earlier, and just confirmed that it wasn't coming from my room. It was probably coming from outside because my sister could smell it.
Please take care. Yeah.
Okay. That's a sigh of relief. But yeah, let's talk about it, Putch.
As I mentioned, a Joseph surprising us all. I did hear the voice of God saying that, oh, I have a surprise pick for you guys. Didn't know it was a Joseph, and we know how hype Joseph matches could be. I'm pretty sure all the Joseph mains out there are just going wild. A photo boy here at IVC Southeast Asia 2020, and Long Depth Try. Again, he's really. I didn't think, if you tell me that we'd see a photo boy in this stage of the tournament, I wouldn't believe you. But Long Depth Try making me a believer in his Joseph.
Yeah, and oh gosh, if you're gutsy enough to, not only is like a pocket
first round,
pick that
yeah.
it could,
Oh god, yeah,
like first round. Imagine how deeper that pool is gonna go as this goes on. Wow. I mean, earlier we were just talking about the Ripper, then this curves into that.
If I would try to get into the mind of Long Depth Try, I believe Red Church is one of his fortes of maps to hunt in. That's why he was so a Joseph pick first round is a confidence play. It's a power play for him. It just shows that he's very confident in this map, and he's confident in his skills as a photographer hunter. So far, it was paying off. He was able to sniff out a survivor and do a lot of damage. Not to mention, he was also able to do some damage, a 1/4 damage on that Gravekeeper. So, just the little damage. He's not limping yet, but he's gonna, he has to be scared because they don't have a doctor here to heal them up. So again, it's looking good so far. So far in the early seconds, we didn't jump into it in the thick of it just yet, ladies and gentlemen. We do have one down survivor, and the photo boy is still moving around the map.
Yes, sir. And you know what? We don't want to prolong this any further for you guys. We'll get back into the action because this is something pretty interesting unfolding, guys.
Yep, Long Depth Try. Oh, Priestess was able to find her way back up, and Long Depth Try now shifting his attention to the graveyard here. Jimperior is there. He's going to see those scratch marks on the floor, and he is able to find a mechanic. Long Depth Try trying to sniff her out, not wanting her to go to those palaces, but she finds a way. We'll be able to see it. Excellent hit on that mechanic by Long Depth Try.
Yeah, such patience here, really. There you go. Goes back into the realms so that we can continue the chase here. Switcheroo, nice.
Yep, Jimperior trying to move to better real estate for the map, going to the reception area. And mind you, I believe she was able to drop her doll, and now she's gonna fall in the photo world. And now still trying to look for more survivors to down and make the most out of this this photo world. Finds the Gravekeeper in the photo world, and unfortunately he is down there. So he needs to play some catch up in terms of getting life back on the board here. 4 ciphers left. Long Depth Try still putting the hurt on Team DT.
Yeah, and still quite a bit of way to go. I mean, in all fairness, DT has made some significant progress on the ciphers as well, so I think the skills are still pretty much even, but okay, long way! Long Depth Try really wants to make DT suffer here.
True, yeah, going for that basement. They don't have they do have a Priestess, so she will be the one most formidable to make this rescue. But wow, we have a Gravekeeper that's not working with much health left, and 2 healthy survivors in Priestess and Mercenary. So now Long Depth Try using the that flicker just so he'll be able to recall his steps to see if anybody bit on, going for that mechanic early on.
Oh, speaking of someone that's about to take a bite, Yellow Duck is in the vicinity, just carefully treading. There he go, takes the first hit, gonna speed his way, zoom on to the rescue, but it's gonna be so dangerous. There you go, Long Depth Try does get the hit, but last effort will be popped, so it's only gonna be a matter of time before that mechanic hits back on that rocket chair.
Yeah, excellent usage of the elbow pad for him to get away from that second strike of this Joseph, but yep, as you mentioned, last effort was popped. And now Jimperior just trying to let his mechanic, his doll, do a little bit of the decoding. And now still 3 ciphers left. Mechanic will see the second round of this rocket chair. And we see Hata and I believe Yellow Duck here at the broken wall part of the map.
Yeah. Also, one thing I'd like to highlight here from Long Depth Try is I love how his transitions have been going, trying to opt for rocket chair positions that are nearer where members of DT are likely.
True. And now he downed the mercenary, and he's probably going to keep him trying to recover because he's waiting for the Gravekeeper to make his mark. But the longer you keep the mercenary there, he will be able to struggle free, and that is what he does. But the mechanic does go back to the manor.
Good calculation there coming in from Long Duck Try, in which case, as Yellow Duck scurries his way out of there. Question is, what will the priority for Long Duck Try be? Will he stick to Yellow Duck right here? Still has one pad to work with, though. Wouldn't be a bad idea to try to exhaust that. But with one Cypher remaining, there is still a lot that DT can do.
And he sees DT Yellow Boy working a top broken Cypher. Just, you know what, ruining this palette here just so no one will have any advantage if they want to push for this Cypher. We do see that the Mercenary and Gravekeeper are hit, and he is still trying to set his sights on camping this Cypher. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, this Joseph does have Blink, so that's one thing to note here if we do see a surprise Blink attack coming out of Long Deptrai.
Yeah, man, look at this Cypher progress, though, for the rest of DT. That isn't Little Boy, but there you go. First hit will come in. 75%. This is going to be really, really good for DT. But of course, that's only one half the battle. The second half will be once Long Depth Try goes into overtime, once all those ciphers are popped. That's going to be the scary part that they have to try to work around.
True, and oh wow, pops it while he put that photo in play, and now we are at the end game. Survivors can activate that electrical switch. You see the Priestess here inside church. Long Depth Try does have detention, so they have to play their cards right, Articuno.
Yes, sirree. DT, they still ideally want to get out with 3 survivors just so that they can tie it up. Losing out on anyone means IVS will take this first round.
And now, here we go. DT, though, Little Boy, using the real estate to her advantage, using that church to kite as much as possible. We see Hata here, and as well as Yellow Duck at the exit gate. They're going to be long gone, and now we see that the last one remaining is the Priestess, and she will try to go for that dungeon, and she does get it. Excellent call on the side of the survivors.
GG, well played. So there you have it, guys. 3-1 as well for the second half, and that means we have yet another tie for our first round punch. We are heading into a guaranteed full best of 3 in our hands.
Yeah, it just shows that, you know, it's neck and neck. It's 3-1, and it's tied up. Last time it was 2-2. Now it's 3-1, 3-1. So interesting how the events turned out, and it's the survivors that are actually scoring the points in terms of bringing points for their team. So excellent stuff on both sides.
Yeah, and oh gosh, just talking about this, Long Depth Try, decent start for him. I think what was kind of unfortunate was the end part where, like with working with detention, like the hope and the prayer was he could have gotten one more survivor. But the survivors on the flip side, especially the Priestess, did such a great job at being a slippery target, had so much utility to work with, and yeah, just was able to buy enough time for his team to work on that gate, and not to mention also huge plus that awareness of dungeon location was there for them as well.
It just seemed like Red Church was a map for the trend that's been going on that helped the survivors the most, because you saw how the Perfumer bought a lot of time. You saw how the Priestess was able to maneuver around. And just to remind you that the Priestess was the first one to fall at the early start of the match before that pause happened. So again, it just shows that the familiarity of the survivors in this map are really, it's really next level for them to be able to get 3-1 victories when they play the survivor side.
Absolutely. And you know what? Let's go ahead and check out what we have as far as match data. Once again, not really big on the containment times here, but totally understandable, I guess, since it is a photographer that we have as Hunter. So that kind of gets janky when you're trying to note containment times in the presence of a photographer.
That's true. I think this is what I love about the photographer. He has such interesting mechanics that he's a very unique character in terms of being a hunter with that photo world. But let's check out the decoding times. You know what? Everyone did their part. Everyone got 3 digits in terms of decoding progress because of that photo world. But in terms of containment times, it's a bit janky, as Articuno mentioned, since there is that play of photo world and real world. Now, looking at the attack hits, we have 11 because of the photo images. Pallets destroyed is 1 and 5 knockdowns.
Yeah, and just oh gosh, oh, well played by both teams. Look at the results though. Like I mentioned, we have a tie 4-4 between IVS as well as DT. So it's such a tough call right now.
Yeah, and the survivors did bring it to they just brought each other to the limit in terms of how they were able to play that first half, the first round in each respective halves. Now that the survivor pool is going to get limited, I want to see who has more strategies up their sleeve as we move on. And now the MVP is Long Deptrai. Again, I think just him picking Joseph is an MVP moment of its own. Because I did not think in my wildest dreams that we'd see a photographer here in IVC.
Yeah, and he managed fairly well in all fairness. So let's say, sure, even though DT was able to deal with that photographer, it's kind of scary to, like, it also puts you into the mindset of whether or not later on this photographer comes into the equation as a hunter that you want to ban, because you might be able to get away with it right now, but what happens later on once you start losing out on those more optimal survivor picks? Will the alternatives still be able to fare the same way that they were able to in this particular round?
Mm-hmm. Actually, that's a good point to bring up, because now we're going to see a hunter ban. Are they going to respect Long Deptrai's photographer, or will they still opt for those, these reliable picks of those bloody queens? Again, only time will tell, and I believe also the map would play into a huge factor in terms of what they'll decide. So far, dead even on both sides. Really interesting. A lot of questions would be answered as we enter round number 2.
Yes, sir. And okay, looking into what bans we could, I think that's one of the more interesting points, like whether we'll see a photographer ban. On the flip side, I don't really see any other shenanigans happening as far as the banning phase. I think like we said, again, just based off the statistics we have here, a lot of these guys are very much capable of using the more textbook picks. So I think it is going to come to a point where the bans might kind of reflect off based on what the map could be. Again, it's either triumvirate, or if a particular map merits a certain survivor pan off of the triumvirate.
Yeah, and that specific survivor, I would say, based on trends, would be Priestess if it's a big map. That would come into the equation, especially if we get like an ever-sleeping town. So far, though, I think if we're still not going to deviate from that trilogy of bans, we might see a mechanic be banned, because the mechanic did a lot of work in this first round in terms of pushing the survivors, pushing the objectives of the survivors, and just adding that extra layer of difficulty for the hunters to be able to find the body and play a little hide and seek with the puppet of the mechanic.
Right. Okay then. It really piques my curiosity what this map pick is going to be, because if we go into the wider maps, I feel like that's where textbook might come into
play.
Might come into a question.
Okay.
Just because of how creative some of the picks have been in other matchups that we've seen, where in some of the wider maps we do see some deviations, and in fact it has held the platform of opportunity to see what other pocket picks come into play, especially for hunters. That's kind of the bigger thing for me. I would love to see how deeper these pools will go beyond like because again, like everybody across the board has a lot of standard preferences. So
Just to add to the conversation of hunters, DT's Kiluai Home does have an axe boy. We did see the axe boy in Moonlit, and that is his preferred pick. And now we have been seeing some axe boy here and there, but not enough to make a solid mark in the IVC just yet. But that could happen just as that could just happen easily. So interesting for IVS to consider, as well as think about in terms of banning the Axe Boy, especially that we saw DT bring out the Axe Boy in such a big map like Moonlit. So again, when we talk about textbook for textbook, I believe both these teams can go textbook and they can also go off meta as well.
I guess yeah, just time will tell once we hit that pick and ban. Let's see, any other interesting points that we're looking at here.
Well, in terms of in terms of Zhao Khan playing a role in this matchup, because we do have to also admit that aside from the highlighted mechanic and perfumer, the forward has been highlighted countless of times. We've been seeing MVPs of forwards in V8. So another possibly deviation from that triumvirate pick is that forward in terms of how to counter that, or unless you want to bring excitement, which I think 7H brought, or one of the hunters did. But then it's very specific though, because unless you have another stunner in the group, you're only going to bring that trait of that hunter just for the forward. And you're going to miss out on blink, you're going to miss out on teleport, and you're just going to carry that from the start. So that's also another thing they have to consider since we are banning 2 survivors.
Right. That would make for interesting strategy, I guess, since it does make you think twice as early as pick and ban if you need to make those kind of adjustments. Yeah, just waiting for this second round to commence. Again, guys, we have a tie, so a full best of 3 is expected moving forward. Yeah, not really much to say there.
Let's keep talking about these survivors now. Wolfie, on the other hand, with the he does prefer the mercenary, but we have been seeing him use perfumer. So again, we talked about how perfumer could buy a lot of time, and even though like I would rank her really well early game, but when she has detention, when the hunter has detention, the perfumes are really nerfed in a sense, because one hit she's down, and she really needs to. I think one of the most optimal ways that if anyone here, if any of these teams going to play perfumer, is to get the attention of the hunter right away, to just steer clear of everyone else. And that's what happened. And it was played to perfection, actually, in IVS's side, for them to be able to buy a lot of the hunter's time and just being able to rotate around those ciphers that aren't being touched and avoiding all the survivors that mattered, which was the mechanic.
Right. Oh, gosh. I guess other than that, it's really, I mean, okay. One thing I also want to look at here is what the progression looks like for this particular group. So, like we mentioned earlier, both teams are kind of hungry for a win, and what makes this match really crucial is that if you're on the winning end, it still keeps your hopes of making out of groups and into top 4. Like stumbling in this particular matchup for these two spells trouble as far as a halt in their journey, because
For sure.
that's what makes it tricky with this group stage. It's a single round robin. So you really have to make every game count. You don't really have that round 2 against any of these other teams. You only have that one game against each team. So
and
And this is what,
yeah. Let's talk about that, because after this weekend, we will find out who the top 4 are. So they really need to show up here, because it's do or die. As you mentioned, they're only facing each other. They only have this one shot. You know, it's looking like mom spaghetti up in here in terms of like them putting everything on the line. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we got the go signal. We are going to see those picks and bans, and we are going to Moonlit.
This is gonna be good. And take note of another respect band coming in, which is the Wu Chang. Like Long Dip Try clearly has a really deep hunter pool for teams to have these more creative bands coming forward.
True. And now going over to the Survivor side, we are going to see a priestess that can just cut corners here in terms of just negating the real estate. Little boy over here with the perfumer, but we are seeing 2 rescuers with the mercenary and the grave keeper. Wu Chang, excellent band there. Again, you know, Long Dip Try, just a plethora of hunters in his pool.
Okay.
We're being blessed with 2 Josephs.
Oh my god, the Joseph stands are probably super happy about how this is.
I know.
Oh my gosh. Okay, photographer again. I mean, you know, if Long Dip Try clearly definitely confident in being able to step up his game going into the second round. I mean, he has one more extra member of the triumvirate that he doesn't have to worry about. So maybe that'll do the trick for him this time.
Yeah, the concern for me is here how large the real estate is and how he's able to cut these corners for him to be able to snipe out these survivors right away once he's able to make that photo world happen. And he sees a gravekeeper. Excellent stuff. Seems like Long Dip Try is also very avid in this map, Article.
Yeah, this is some good work that he's putting in. Already managing to get a survivor in the photo world, so that'll give him something to work with early on, and finds another one. I think that's the key when you're doing photographer. You ideally want to make something of those first few seconds, and there's a certain map awareness that you need to have as far as these spawns. So I think Long Dip Try being able to have that forethought of where these spawns are going to be based on his position is very crucial, and we can see how it's maximized in this first minute.
Yeah, and he was able to just damage the rescuers of the group. Now the perfumer and priestess have to put the rescue hats on if ever one of these 2 would fall. But keeping the gravekeeper down, just not wanting them to just maybe exhausting his self-heal, or just prioritizing the team to actually go for those heals instead of going for the Cypher Rush. Now moving to working carousel, this is last stop. Yellow Duck will be spotted by Long Dip Try. Now will Long Dip Try commit to going after this mercenary, because they are going around the real estate. Mercenary burning one of the elbow pads. And you know what? Long Dip Try very focused and very patient in terms of closing out the distance after this mercenary.
Yeah, and looks like trying to look for that swipe there, but Yellow Duck doing a great job. But oh, nice timing of that blink to make sure that he lands the hit. You know what? Long Dip Try had enough of it, and this is beautifully timed. Rocket Chair Judy will go for Yellow Duck.
Yeah, downing a mercenary early on. Usually, mercenary would break your ankles and use those elbow pads to his advantage. But yeah, him being able to put him in the rocket chair is definitely a really good sign for Long Dip Try. But again, mercenary does have a longer time in that rocket chair, while Long Dip Try tries to camp it out. Takes a photo just to hamper the Cypher Rush, and hopefully we'll see how well this will pay off. Tries to see if anybody's going for that save in the photo world. Still no one's biting.
Yeah, looks like somebody did kind of make his way in the form of Hata. Hata is looking for the right timing there, goes for the hit, and there you go. Nice block off right there, just to make sure that he gives a little bit of a leg up for this mercenary.
That's true. Now he's trying to shift his attention, shifting worlds, going back to see if anybody is going to try to rescue the mercenary inside the photo world. But Hata is on his way there. I believe he's going to get it. And now Long Dip Try shifting his attentions. And yes, Hata does save the mercenary in the photo world. And now he's back to half health.
Yes, Suri, and this is great progress overall coming in from DT. Long Depth Try does make a bit of a peekaroo here towards Godkite, but Yellow Duck already making his transition in the far distance towards first stop.
Accelerated decoding is now a factor for all these survivors. And now Yellow Duck buying as much time. Gonna use the roller coaster here. Were the brakes put on, or will he be going to third stop? And no, he's stuck at second stop, and Long Depth Try making the way there. Long Depth Try still has 2 elbow pads to work with. He is gonna burn one to move back into 2-story. Long Depth Try still not being deterred, wanting to down this mercenary, takes a photo.
Yeah, but good transition here coming in from Long Depth Try, knowing very well that a lot of the active ciphers are towards the other side, lingering towards third to fourth. So there you go. Looks like he'll try to make the most of it this time. Gets the Priestess down in photo world. Interesting.
And we see that the Priestess really shifting her attentions away from that cipher. In the real world, lower left side sees, oh wow, but as I was talking, he terror shocked the Perfumer inside photo world, and now the Priestess is playing catch up and trying to heal the mercenary over on the other side of the map. And now Long Depth Try shifting attention, seeing if anybody is in the real world, shifting back to the photo world. I believe he's going to try to chair this Perfumer.
Yes, sirree, and there you go. To the rocket chair. She shall go, but oh man, this is a lot that Long Depth Try is trying to manage right now. 2 ciphers remaining in this game, in which case, it does look like from what we're seeing here though, DT is already ready in position to get the heal.
But yeah, we just see a lot of down survivors and half health, so not much resources. He is playing a very dangerous game since there are 2 ciphers left. Hata will use that dig and use these thrown pallets to his advantage, and Long Depth Try not wasting any time at all. Just trying to go for, I believe he's going to try to look for more survivors to work with as he plays the long game. And now Hata still in that dig state, forcing Long Depth Try to break these pallets. And I don't know which ciphers are actually moving, Articuno, but you know what? Long Depth Try is doing a great job for them to really shift priority, and now they're going to heal themselves up.
Yeah, I think this is the beauty of Long Depth Try situation, where a lot of ciphers that haven't been worked on are within reasonable vicinity, the farthest of which is in 2-story. So this is the point where it's somewhat manageable, but still Long Depth Try ideally would want to make something of this next minute.
True. I think what he's really going for that long game for them to really exhaust their resources, because the Gravekeeper has no more shovels to work with. And I believe the Priestess is the only one that can actually like regenerate her ability, because everyone else here has to use it to try to exhaust as much time as possible. Excellent placement there on that blink. Long Depth Try downs the Gravekeeper.
Yes, sir. And looks like finally Long Depth Try's patience will be rewarded. Like you mentioned, Poch, Long Depth Try is looking towards the long term here. Let's go ahead and look at what they do have to work with. The Gravekeeper, not really as much anymore. Perfumer, though, still has double perfume on her. Here we have Yellow Duck slowly nearing his way. Pads will be exhausted. Speaking of which, the last pad that he had. But look at Long Depth Try already gaining some distance towards that Mercenary. But Mercenary just enough to be able to get to Hata. But I think Long Depth Try should be able to get a hit out of this. He's closing in.
Closing in, breaking that pallet, and also to highlight the Perfumer, using that perfume just to not feel the effects of that photo world. Now she's doing pretty good. She's pretty healthy. And now moving at the back of tent, Hata still hot on the heels of this photographer. Now still moving back and forth. He has to rely on the real estate, Articuno. He has no more shovels left to work with, and we have 1 cipher left for Team DT to push for them to be able to get this this electric escape. And look at that. The electric switch is going to be a factor now. The exit gates are open, and you see that the Mercenary is pushing that exit gate for it to be open.
Yeah, but oh man, Hata gonna try to keep this photographer occupied for as long as possible. But okay, this is great. DT are working on both extremes of the map to open those gates. So all Hata has to do is try to last long enough and then eventually transition maybe towards the gate, maybe towards the dungeon. We'll just have to be like, oh, that's unfortunate, but great for Long Depth Try. He manages to land a terror shock that will at least potentially guarantee him 1 survivor. And it does look like DT will play it safe by just going for the escape at this point.
That's true. They are waiting. They are primed at the exit gate, and we are going to see another 3-1. Excellent showing from both these teams. You know what? Long Dip Try stepping up to the challenge, using the photographer in such a big map. But then again, it was just IBS, but they were it was DT. They were really just spread out in terms of really pushing those ciphers. And you mentioned it, that the ciphers they were working on weren't really in the range of the photographer to be menacing them. So excellent stuff and excellent awareness on the surviving side of DT.
Yes, sir. And again, just a lot of good micromanagement coming in from Long Dip Try. I think on the flip side, DT was able to manage fairly well. I was a bit scared for them towards the later parts. But yeah, it really played out.
It was pretty scary because I do remember that there were like 2 down and 2 injured.
Exactly.
So it could have gone any which way, but they were really able to, as you mentioned, micromanage and shift priorities in terms of, all right, we're all running low in health. We need to heal up. We can't really just focus on pushing these ciphers. We can't get caught by this photographer now. So excellent stuff. Excellent awareness as well as really shifting priorities on the side of DT.
Right. And okay, looking at this right now, though, so we have yet another 3-1 on our hands, and at this point in time, it's gonna be on DT now to try to at least aim for a half, at least that way. I mean, it's not, of course you want to aim higher, but at least that's the minimal win condition to get the round win. Although I'm not sure if round win is a relevant discussion right now, since similar to the first match we had, they started off this game with an equal playing field of half Cs during the first part. So it will really come down to heftier points. So, I mean, a round win is a comfort, just because it automatically means obviously that you have the point advantage. But at this point, you want to get those bigger points, just so that heading into round 3, you have a bit more of a safety cushion to work with.
Yeah, a little more leeway for your team to breathe and have an easier time, because if you don't have that, you're susceptible to just one slip up and you paying for it dearly. So yeah, the minimal win condition is for them to be able to get that 2, but they will strive for better results in terms of getting more points on the board. So speaking of points, let's check out the match data. Again, Long Dip Try living in the 11-point mark. Attack hits 11, pals destroyed 7, and 6 knockdowns. While we check the decoding progress of these guys, again, very impressive stuff, because you're dealing with a photographer. You really have to push those ciphers, especially when it gets into that photo world state. And the containment time, just excellent stuff. Jumperior really just focusing on cipher and really creating backdoor exits for all the players on the side of DT.
Yes, sir. And oh man, the stats really show the level of micromanagement that went both ways, particularly for DT. Like, the patience goes both ways here. Long Dip Try obviously wanted to play towards the later parts, where hopefully exhaust as many utility as possible. On the flip side as well for DT, look at the number of heals that came in, just to make sure that everyone was constantly kept on their feet in a safer, just to have a safer foothold with where they were always at in that game. So yeah, just well played both sides. I mean, going up against a photographer can get really exhausting, especially in a competitive standpoint, where there's just so much micromanagement that goes into that.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about with facing photographer on Moonlit. The attention of that photographer is going to be separated so far in every inch of that map, and the real estate he has to cover just walking towards different corners of that map would actually be on the benefit of the survivors and how they're able to move around, especially if you have survivors such as the priestess that can create those portals, the mercenary that can close out the distance by using his elbow pads. So it was I don't know, I feel like it was gutsy, and it just shows that they were ready for that photographer pick.
Right. And I mean, definitely doing their homework there, in which case. So this is a bit far reaching, but in Long Dip Try's case, I'm wondering if because I think DT is confident enough to deal with this photographer.
Mm.
Whether or not this calls for a long depth try to shift tactic with his hunter pick, that's something that is yet to be seen. But yeah, going back to what's going to be our second half, again, just it's more textbook now, since we will be seeing DT on textbook for hunter. IVS, I'm wondering if with 2 out of 3 of the triumvirate highly likely getting banned, or then again, will a priestess ban be merited as well? There's just, again, these variables that you have to take into consideration with the map that we have.
Let's play out 2 scenarios: one textbook, one not textbook.
Sure.
Let's talk about textbook. Obviously, we're gonna see a ban of. Well, they're gonna respect that merc and that mechanic for sure. Out of what we've been seeing. So in terms of who we're gonna see on the cast of IVS, probably gonna see another perfumer, I believe. What else do you think is gonna come out?
Yeah, definitely perfumer. IVS isn't shy of bringing something like a prospector as well to the table.
Right.
Whether or not it'll see the light of day for this particular matchup, that is yet to be seen. But it's good to have that extra pocket pick for Zalcon, in which case, since legendary rules, he wouldn't be able to bring that forward going into this.
Right. Yeah, that's a good call. And also, we could say a seer would be apt. And now, in terms of bans, I believe that if we're going to go textbook, we're going to see a ban of, let's say, a Bloody Queen, because the way she's able to use those mirrors is going to be very effective in this map. Now, let's try to throw that textbook out the door. Sure. What do you think? What do you think's going to happen there in terms of picks and bans?
Oh my gosh. Well, for DT, like you mentioned earlier, Axe Boy is kind of up in the air as a pick that could come into play. I mean, I wouldn't say Axe Boy is so far off though, just because of this particular map that we're for Hunt. Unlikely survivor picks. I mean, IVS hasn't really shown anything that far. I mean, I wouldn't. There's other picks that we can look into based on what they put out on social media, but that's a different story.
For sure. Because this is IVC, ladies and gentlemen. All like the pressure is on. This is the big stage, and we are on the road to the playoffs. So yeah, they do have to change up their strategy and do play into that meta. I don't know if we're gonna see as wild a pick as an explorer though in this matchup,
right?
Especially this in the second round where we do have we still have picks, viable picks, and we don't have the most banned characters as of yet. So maybe the wild ones will come out in the third round.
It's possible. It is indeed possible. Since that would be a point in time where your options are kind of choked, especially as a survivor. Like you're factoring in bans plus legendary rules. Although it's of course an advantage if everyone can play almost everything, where you can just kind of flex with, okay, you play it this time, you play it this time, you play it this time, then that's the ideal scenario. And that's kind of what you need to, not just the ideal scenario, that's like, I think, almost the peak requirement you would want to go for if you really want to go far in your Identity 5 career. Like, it's not just about fulfilling a certain role, it's being able to flex between different roles. But you know what? Enough with the speculation, Potch. Let's go ahead and check out how pick and ban will roll out between these guys.
Ooh, the respect ban of Axe Boy. Okay, they don't want to deal with that. Let's see who we see. Oh, wow, Merc and Forward. So we're kind of deviating away from the Triumvirate. So we might see a Seer and a Mechanic come up if IVS chooses to bring that on board.
Mechanic would be a nice thing to put onto ship. I'm wondering if we'll be seeing a Priestess, though, in which case, since DT has consciously left it open. There you go. Signature Perfumer coming into play. Prospector, there you go.
We're going to see Zalcon with that Prospector, but we're not seeing a Mechanic. Wow. Okay, we're seeing more of the Survivor side here. Kiting, 3, I believe. Yeah, the Seer, oh, wow. Sorry, this just took me by surprise. DT locking in with the Bonbon while we see a kiting-heavy lineup in terms of the survivors. We have a Seer Perfumer, Prospector, and one rescue-heavy character that is the first officer.
Okay, based on what IVS is bringing to the table, there's a lot of there's a lot of ways they can kind of buy time here with kites. Almost everyone to a certain degree can. That yeah, guard 26, in which case, let's see how this goes. Ladies and gents, second half of round 2 for match 2 of the day. Kilauea home, he's on the prowl.
Yeah, Kilauea home. Shifting away from two-story, trying to see if anybody's at first stop. Wolfie is there, and now let's see if he'll set his sights locked on him. Transitioning and rotating, and making sure that nobody's just hiding up at that second story of second stop. Now, shifting his attention to Mar and Wolfie, crossing the bridge here. Again, Kilauea home has to have a good early chase and down a survivor, because Bon does shine when he camps these survivors in the rocket chair.
Yeah, but oh man, look at the roundabout terrain that Kilauea home had to kind of traverse to snip everyone out. He's really being patient here, not committing towards the first survivor he found. But Kiradona, though, might be a worthy option. Seer would always be a good survivor to take out first off, especially with this composition, where everyone else is very simple.
And that is what he's going for, Kiradona here with that Seer, trying to move away from these bombs. Oh, gets hit right away, but I believe he's going to use the Owl to extend his kite. Now Kilauea home just staying close to the Seer as much as possible, waiting for the Owl to not be a factor anymore. Now trying to transition away from tent and trying to move for some real estate. I believe there's some pallets there he can work with. Jumps the window here and moves towards broken carousel.
Yes, sirree. And okay. Luckily has a wider bit of terrain to work with. Gotta be careful though, don't want to get pincered there. All good. So really working all the way around this broken carousel now, isn't he? But that's just enough time for guard 26 to get a whack in without any deviations to worry about in the midst of that kite thus far. But here we go, Kiradona. We're gonna transition back to the other side of the map.
And there was that signature laugh of this S-tier skin. It haunts me in my sleep when he gets that whack in the head. Now Kiradona shifting back to two-story, really buying a lot of time. And you could bet that he's actually gaining some rage here for his Owl as he kites. Now 2 ciphers have been popped. Now the dungeon is revealed, but the blink is going to be used to close out that distance. Kiradona here buying so much time, but that bomb is going to take him down.
Ooh, that was unfortunate. A little bit linear there, which allowed Kilauea home to get a nice layering of those bombs. Didn't really need to layer though, just went one bomb doing the trick for him. But here we go. This is what Kilauea home is going to do best with his guard 26 pick, and it's going to amount a strong rampart of a defense here. And this is interesting. I actually like this. That utility coming in for first officer wasn't yeah.
And look at this. He's able to make that rescue, and first officer getting that hit, extending Kiradona's life now. Moving over at the last stop, buying a lot of time for his team, because over there, lower left side, sees the prospector popping that 2-story cipher. It's actually looking pretty good on the side of IVS, but the tides can turn in anyone's favor, and they shouldn't just celebrate yet. Kiradona really, just buying so much time and really attracting the attention of this Bonbon Articuno.
Yeah, nice sidesteps coming in which case, really maximizing for it to stop here. But unfortunately, it's not going to be that long. But I'll tell you what, that was a lot of time that Kiradona was able to buy for the team. Only 1 cipher remaining. This is excellent progress coming in from IVS.
And mind you, this is his second time on this rocket chair. He is trying to struggle free. Let's see if he'll be... Yes, he does find a rocket chair. And I believe one of his survivors in the area, Zhao Khan. Yes, signature prospector gets the stun, and he's able to get a clean rescue, Articuno.
Yes, sirree. Question is, how long can Kiradona keep this up? Okay, all these ducks and weaves. Where is the progress on the cipher as well? Yes, they were able to get the pop, giving Kiradona yet another shot at life here.
Kilauea home really zoning in on this Seer. Lower left side sees the... Wow, excellent Owl there. The first officer is prompting that exit gate to open. Kiradona really pushing the pace here and really giving Kilauea home a run for his money. And now we are seeing a downed Seer. We still have 3 healthy survivors, but this is the last time that the Seer will see that rocket chair, because he is going back to the map.
Yes, Serena. All IVS has to do is make sure that the rest of those three are able to make it out. And take note, guard 26 has a bit of terrain to traverse. He wants to catch up. That won't be the case, though. 3 survivors indeed make it out. We have another tie on our hands, ladies and gents.
3-1 again. Call it tie day, ladies and gentlemen. Like, that's the trend we're seeing. First we saw 2-2s. Now we're seeing, wow, it's actually neck and neck. That's the end of the second half. And we're all tied up. We have to go to round number 3, and the possibility of seeing a tiebreaker has just become real. Articuno.
It has indeed. Let's talk about this game.
Yes.
Again, Kiradona, huge MVP. In which case, if ever the MVP does swing towards IVS's side, just so much time about. Not to mention also the coordinate, just those saves as well. You also gotta give kudos to the rest of those survivors and the time that they managed to maximize. I was a fan of the first officer rescue just because of being able to use the utility. That's, I guess, one way to kind of, you have that small window of opportunity where guard 26 doesn't spot you in the midst of that rescue. So, which is why there wasn't pop on those bombs that came in right off the bat. So it's again, that small window of opportunity is high risk, high reward. And yeah, just
also,
well played.
Yeah, and also the beautiful thing about that rescue of the first officer is you put the hunter in a mix-up situation because he has to guess which he'll chase because of the after image. And luckily enough for Team IVS, he did chase after the original first officer while Kiradana was playing around fourth stop, building up that owl and really extending his life. And it just shows that DT and IVS's survivors really can survive in these matchups.
Yeah, and oh gosh, just again the max potency of Kiradona in that game. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he's one of the candidates up for MVP contention for me. I'm just not sure. I think there are a few others that can contend from the
for sure.
The first half that we had.
But his performance just it speaks for itself.
Yeah,
also,
for sure.
Also to mention Zhao Khan being ready with that magnet right away, going for that clean save. So 2 clean saves on the side of IVS. But and that just shows because a very scary Bonbon is really. I mean, it's threatening to even try to go for that rescue. But let's check out the match data. A lot of hits on the side of Kilauea Home here. 11 attack hits, 3 pallets destroyed, and 4 knockdowns.
Can we also talk about the decoding progress here?
Yes, please do.
Look at this. It goes all the way over. It's more than 400%. So, Kiradona bought so much time to the point where all of IVS was able to work on touch almost every single cipher in this game. Because just Wolfie and Zalkan is already accounts for 4 ciphers, and then you add in first officer towards nearly another 2. Kiradona was able to work on just a bit, so it really shows how valuable this year was in this game. Like, if anything, it almost seems like if the numbers are correct, they could have gotten a pop sooner. But yeah, just based on the circumstances, I could understand why it might have been tricky as well, since Kilauea Home was playing around an area that could have made it dangerous for these survivors as far as getting the ciphers that were heavier towards the side where this guard 26 was active.
And speaking of the seer, can I just say I really like this meta in terms of the seer seeing the light of day, and we're seeing how crazy he is. It could be a nightmare for the hunters.
Right.
And now we are at a deadlock here, ladies and gentlemen. 4-4 in the first round, 4-4 again in the second round. Your eyes are not deceiving you. We are going to round number 3. Are we going to see another 4-4, or will IVS or DT break the tie?
Oh gosh, these ties! I'm telling you, Potch. Here we go. Have the MVP. There we go. Well deserved.
Well deserved indeed. We have Kiradana here. 28 decoding progress. That's good. But look at the containment time. That is 2 minutes. That is, yeah, more than 120 seconds. He was really able to just play his role to perfection here. He gained 2 owls. Articuno pointed it out. Excellent sidesteps, excellent movement, excellent terrain awareness as well. And they really played to their strengths in terms of them buying a lot of time at the first part. They really didn't want to stick to one cipher just yet. They wanted someone to get chased, just so that the Bonbon will have a hard time in monitoring all the ciphers.
Oh yeah, definitely. And oh man, what else is there to say? I guess at this point, it's almost like going into round 3, we have a forget about it being a best of 3. Like we can just eliminate everything. It's like we're heading into it's like a mini best of 1 with the handicaps of those bands. So
I like the way you put that, because it's still it's sudden death, to be honest. Right. Who's gonna blink first? Who's gonna make the first mistake? And as the stakes are high, not just the third round, as you mentioned, we do have more bans now coming out of the board. So are we gonna see respect bans of the Bonbons or the Josephs that we've seen? Or are we gonna see some meta bans now?
Right.
Because we've seen a ban of Wu Chang and Axe Boy. We haven't seen. This has to be honestly the most interesting matchup in terms of hunters, because we didn't see that much of the Dream Witches come into play in this matchup, or Bloody Queens. I believe there was one. I believe, yeah.
Yeah, and one thing I'd also like to add on is let's go ahead and lay out the narrative for round 3. One player I really have my eyes on going into this is Long Lep Try. First 2 rounds as photographer, 3-1. There's that big question still on my mind, because again, I don't see DT banning the photographer again. Fair. I don't think it's ban worthy enough based on the performance we saw in round 1 and round 2, because Long Lep Try is a really good photographer. I think it's just more on the factor that DT clearly have the micromanagement skills to deal with a photographer.
Right.
So that kind of puts in the question as to whether or not Long Lep Try can bring a shake-up pick into play, if that's even on the board for them, that is. Because if another thing is, will they risk putting the photographer in for a third time, given the results of the first 2 rounds that we have, if it's left open?
That's a good. I like the way you put that, a shake-up pick, because right now they've only faced Long Lep Try's photographer. He does have a preferred Ripper. He did bring out a Bloody Queen in their first in a first match they had last week. So yeah, that's actually a pretty tricky situation for them to deal with, because looking at the numbers, as you mentioned, it doesn't deserve a ban on my book as well, because they were able to deal with it so well. The only way I think it deserves a ban is if we go to a map like Arms Factory,
right,
or a really compact map. So interesting point you brought up there, Articuno.
Aside from that, I guess on the flip side for DT, it really just comes down to consistency. Sure, we talked about how they were able to deal with photographer, but also this is where other factors come into play when you're watching these tournaments. You also have to take into account mental fortitude, stamina of these players. Going up against a photographer twice is not a walk in the park, that's for sure. So
you will stay there for a while because of that photo world. So let's flip the script and talk about Kilauea Home, the hunter of DT. Now they did respect ban the Axe Boy. They did deal with the Bonbon. Do you think the Bonbon is worthy of a ban in this next round?
Oh man, I think that will also come into map dependency. I think we would have seen better results from GK had the map been much more compact. Also, Kiradona, there was such great kiting, especially towards that towards last stop earlier. Yeah, now that I realize that was really good kiting around that area. So yeah, if it were a much more compact arena, then sure, Guard 26 could be on the table for a ban. If it's another map where it's a bit wider, then I think IVS could go into that game just as fine as they did, except for they won't have a seer to work with this time, I think. I really think that DT would find seer ban worthy after what we saw from Kiradona earlier.
True. One thing I could throw into the table based on the previous matches we've watched is that both these hunters do go for that bloody queen if it is the bigger maps or a map they're not comfy with. So I can see them doing a respect ban of the bloody queen, but it's up in the air for that second ban if they're gonna go for their preferred pick, which for DT being Axe Boy or Bon, and for a long depth try again, it being the photographer, and also we still have to talk about the Ripper. We haven't seen it yet.
Actually, yeah, Ripper possibly could come into play because another question I have, I guess, as far as Hunter Pool is. Whether or not Long Depth Try is comfortable playing with the other prominent picks in this tournament. Because, yeah, like, if you think about it, like, you could have these other pocket picks, but it could also lean towards being of comfort than those other meta picks that you might not be as comfortable to work with, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think they should go for comfort. I think they should go for points. And that was a great point you mentioned because also to just shine some light on our senpais, which is 1-800 Date Me and Cats007. Please follow them on social media. They did say that the Ripper is solid in terms of getting like a 3-1 or a 2-2. So I think they should strive for more because right now we're at a deadlock of 3-1s. Someone has to break the tie there or be able to have a dominant performance. So maybe preferred pick, they can be confident with that. They have to be as confident to a degree that they'll be able to score enough for them to secure that round and for them not to go for that tiebreaker. Even though I believe a lot of the audience wants to see that tiebreaker, I think they want to end it here and end it now and get that point on the board for them to rest and recuperate, for them to adjust for the next matches ahead.
Oh God, it's so hard to tell. I think at the end of the day, it's very clear that step ups are needed, and it's not just because of we're heading into a round 3 where things are still at tie, but I think it's more of a lot of players that need to rise to the challenge now that it's very necessary. Again, like first win for both these teams are on the line, not just their first win, but also like their dream of proceeding to top 4 is on the line for this as well. So there's a lot at stake.
The time has come. They got to step up to the streets, 3D, whatever. They just need to be able to represent because IVS and DT, it's a deadlock, 4-4. It's wow. Like if you told me that today was going to be just ties everywhere and one of those ties came from GK, wow. Again, I know we come up with predictions, but I would have never predicted how these matches are so intense.
Heavily agreed, Potch. So yeah, we'll just have to see how that third round will roll out once we head into it. So again, for those of you that have just tuned in, it's coming down to the wire right here for our last match of the day at the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. $1 million tie bot of a prize pool is on the line. And for these two teams, they want to stay in the game just so that they could keep their hopes up of potentially going in further, just so that they could also get a bigger chunk of that crazy huge pool that we have on the line for these teams. Not only that, but also a direct in to the Call of the Abyss 4, which is probably the best thing you can get out of this as a professional player for Identity 5. Yeah.
You mentioned that the Call of the Abyss is the apex tournament of competitive Identity 5, and for you to just go past the group stages and punch your ticket right away to get in there is a solid statement because you could just focus on your team and focus on the strategy you want to bring into that tournament. So a lot is definitely on the line, and I think these players realize that, and they want to be able to rise to that occasion for them to just say that they gave it their all and gained as much experience as possible for them to be able to, become better in terms of being competitive Identity 5 players.
Right. So there you have it, guys. In just a bit, round 3 will commence. It is DT versus IVS currently on the playing field. Things to look out for once we head into pick and ban, of course. Map choice is going to be key because map choice will potentially, from what we saw in previous matches, heavily affect how pick and bans will ultimately roll out. I think it really depends on like I think for these two teams, it's especially tricky because not only are we looking at like there's different ways you can approach round 3, but the big question here is, are they comfortable enough to work around those strategies? Because I feel like there could be limits as well that these teams are facing, which is why certain picks might not be coming up. So
that's true.
That said, can they play around the strategies that we see in round 3, or will they opt for something safer still, just so that they don't have to worry about digging too deep into their pocket into picks that might not even be within their comfort zone anymore? Because this is like it's last shot basically, unless we head into a tiebreaker. So that's another thing.
Yep. We kept you guys waiting for long enough. Let's head to the picks and bans as we settle this in Sacred Heart Hospital. Okay, one of the compact maps. We're going to see a ban of a Bloody Queen and a Wu Chang for long depth try. Now, 3 bans are coming out for the survivors, a Seer Mechanic and a Priestess, leaving the Mercenary up for grabs for DT.
Interesting. Mercenary being left up in the air. Of course, DT will be more than happy to take it into their hands. Perfumer as well will come into play. So far, everything is up to standard, Potch.
Little boy, are we going to see, because the Priestess is not going to be a factor anymore, we are going to see a Prospector, another one. They're blessing us with another Prospector in this match. Who will be the one to do the hunting? We're going to see a 3rd Photographer. Wow, a hat trick. Okay, long depth try, 3rd time's the charm. Let's see if he'll be able to hunt down these survivors as we head into this 3rd round.
That is interesting. Okay, true test here for long depth try. He really has to muster everything. Use round 1 and round 2 as the learning experience. What could I have done better? Round 3 has to be the culmination of learning from round 1 and round 2 towards hopefully getting better results. Long depth try, it's all on you going up against DT. It's round 3 of the first half, ladies and gents.
Yep, he spawned over there at Statue, moving his way to the shack area, trying to see if any survivors are there. Sees one right away, and I believe this is the Gravekeeper. Yes, it is, in shack area. Hits him right away. Again, this is going to be a very long match, and it's a battle of attrition. Long depth try will try to squeeze as much resources outside of these survivors for them to be able to really not focus on prioritizing ciphers and really focus on healing themselves and moving around the map. And this is a pretty compact map. Let's see how long depth try will be doing the hunting.
Yes, sirree. One more sweat before sending over this Gravekeeper to the rocket chair. Love how he's getting a lot done as much as possible. So far, conditions of what you'd expect out of a photographer for this first minute are up to fruition for long depth try.
Yep, early first hunt, but let's see, because DT was able to counter that in terms of reprioritizing, getting themselves back up. So now here is how the hunt is going to last. He made a full round, Articuno. He's back at Statue, going into the hospital now to check if anyone is here. Any of those ciphers are wiggling. Perfumer is down. She needs to get to that full health just so she can be able to utilize that perfume well. And now you see here a little boy with the magnets as he is trying to keep Jumperior alive here. Long depth try, not going to be deterred, trying to chase down these survivors. An excellent utilization of these magnets by the Prospector.
Yeah, so far so good here in the midst of this chase onto DT. But take note, this does force 2 survivors of DT to be preoccupied. So that's time lost that could have been spent on these ciphers. Again, though, I guess in long depth try's case, that is the ideal thing he wants to push. He wants to try to prolong this game as much as possible, put as much pressure as he can on these survivors, try to force as much as he can from them.
Takes another photo and now focuses attention on Jumperior while we count down in the photo world. He does have blink, ladies and gentlemen, so that's something he's trying to look for. Perfume is going to be spent. Excellent call there on the blink for him to snipe out that vault. And now Jumperior will see the first round of this rocket chair. But Yellow Duck is in the area, so he has to worry about that mercenary going for that save.
Yes, Serene. There you go. Strapped to the rocket chair, Jumperior. Your question is, who will come for rescue duty? Oh, man, this is great. Transition to photo world. Able to get that terror shock onto Yellow Duck right there. But
Yeah, really?
so far, yeah.
Really forcing the mercenary to act now because the photo world is going down and he will be hurt once he's able to get that. And Yellow Duck makes the save and he does. Jumperior now trying to run for his life as the mercenary is in half health, but Tide Turner is in effect, but the last effort will be popped. Long Depth Tried really tunneling on Jumperior now.
Yeah, I think this is great priority coming in from Long Depth Try, in which case, I mean, just being able to focus on a Soul Survivor is at least, the earlier you can get Jumperior out of this game, at least micromanagement would be, for lack of a better word, much more manageable for Long Depth Try moving forward.
Oh, wow. Jumperior trying to struggle away, but he's going to see the basement rocket chair. So this is going to be a very tricky rescue. Prospector will have wanted orders, so he does have sights on at least one survivor. Long Depth Try thinking about it, going to take another photo. Now, Articuno, one Cypher was just popped.
Yes, sirree. Just one Cypher, so still a bit of a way to go here. We see Yellow Duck inching his way, but will he make it in time? That's another question, because Perfumer is nearly out of here and back into the manor. That's scary.
True. And Long Depth Try just started that photo world, and he does see someone here at the exit, and he's going to be able to snipe him out, and I believe that is the mercenary as the Perfumer heads back to the mansion. And now this is going to be tough a call on the side of DT because 3 Cyphers remain. We have one injured mercenary coming in out of the photo world. So let's see if he's able to find more survivors, and he does. He snipes out the Prospector.
Oh my god, the stars are aligning for Long Depth Try right now. Just earlier, it was such a tricky gamble to go for Perfumer because there's such a long distance that needed to be traversed. DT instead decided, you know what? Let's just try to work on these Cyphers instead. There's a lot of ground that we need to cover with the absence of Perfumer now. But man, the pressure coming in from Long Depth Try. As I said, the laser focus on prioritizing Jumperior to send him back to the manor is really working to his favor because 3 Cyphers remaining, 3 survivors. The micromanage is so much easier, and the pressure that he's able to exert is so much more potent on these 3 remaining people.
True, and over here at the Ruin side, they were pushing for the objective to be finished. Now Little Boy, you saw that he was chaired in the photo world, trying to throw some magnets, but Long Depth Try now, gonna eat that effect of that magnet. Another magnet being placed by Little Boy. Long Depth Try just gonna eat that just so he'll just whittle the resources of this Prospector as he kites inside the shack and he transitions over to Ruins. I believe Hata is still working on a Cypher there. And he throws another magnet. Hata getting out of sight and out of mind. Long Depth Try taking another photo, and the chase is still on for this Prospector.
Yes, sir. Great patience here coming in from Long Depth Try, and probably the best call right here because guaranteed hits that he can get here in the photo. Almost a 2-for-1 whammy that he could have gotten. But you know what? All is well. Long Depth Try still on the right track.
Still guarding that Cypher because it's wiggling a lot, and you know what, he really wants to focus on them not pushing any more objectives. That is like 70% Articuno, so excellent stuff on the side of Long Depth Try, downing the Gravekeeper right away in the photo world just so that they'll be able to prioritize healing instead of going for those Cyphers.
Yes, sir. And okay, to the rocket chair we go here for Prospector, in which case 2 of which of these survivors are still tied to rocket chairs in the photo world, but great save here coming in from Yellow Duck, in which case just to make sure that he keeps his comrade up, but not much he could do. Long Depth Try in the vicinity could just bring him back to the rocket chair.
Look at the multitasking on Yellow Duck. He's able to save his comrades in the photo world. The Prospector, only half-life. That could have been an easy down there, but he was able to shift his priorities and be able to use those elbow pads to full effect. And Long Depth Try still, focused on downing these survivors. 2 Cyphers remain. Prospector is trying to heal the Gravekeeper. A lot of these survivors are eating a lot of hits from the photo world, and it's really whittling down to the final Cyphers.
Very worrisome here, Putch, in which case, because this is almost a dream for a Long Depth Try. Resources are steadily depleting. If anything, it's mercenaries that were left to go dry with no pads to work with anymore. So patience is really working out here for Long Depth Try. Cypher progress has slowed down considerably because of the constant responses these survivors have to put into whatever Long Depth Try is actively doing on this map. And it's tricky. It's really tricky. Like a lot of time that could have been towards these ciphers has been more of reactiveness from DT's side.
Yeah, he's just extending the pressure, and it's honestly very relentless because Long Deptrai just trying to shift the priorities of all these survivors. Even though they are going for those heals, we do see a healthy Prospector and Gravekeeper. Mercenary, though, with that 1/4 down, finds Yellow Duck, though. Oh, excellent call there. Hits him while he's working on that Cypher. We're going to see a down Mercenary.
Oh my gosh. Again, patience working out for Long Deptrai. One Cypher is remaining, though, so finally DT was able to get over one of those hurdles. But this is the tricky part, though. Another hurdle that they'll have to deal with is Yellow Duck being sent all the way down to the basement.
Yep, and look at that Cypher that the Prospector's working on, halfway done. Photo World is not a factor anymore, but we do have a Gravekeeper with 2 shovels, so he is more than capable of going for this rescue. But then Long Deptrai, though, just making sure that no one is touching that Cypher over there at the ruins area. Let's see, Gravekeeper is trying to sneak his way and backdoor his way towards the basement. Will he be able to do it? Oh, okay, Long Deptrai catches wind and sees him just going for it with the dig stake.
There you go, back up to the surface. Hata is, but there you go, another swipe comes in, though, so Long Deptrai making good work here, but still very easily closing distance right here. Goes for the swipe, and last effort will now pop, but not before a Cypher is popped as well. They are on the run. Can they make it out with 3 members strong? Once again, DT, they're going to try to go for it.
Mercenary does have the perfume bottle, but he is already injured, so this is going to be tough. Plus, Long Deptrai does have detention, and he shifts his focus on just zoning in on Yellow Duck. Still didn't change from Blink, so he still has it. That is a constant threat that is looming over Yellow Duck. Well, how he's going to be playing out, but oh wow, hits him while he tries to go for that perfume state, and now the Gravekeeper chasing him out because he wants to secure this down Mercenary. Prospector, on the other hand, is also on the other side of that exit gate. It's possibly going to be a 2-2 here. They don't want to risk anything.
Yes, sir. Is Prospector just going to make the exit, though? Tricky. Well, Little Boy is still a bit far off here. Already working towards going out. Okay, they will play it safe. Out they go. 2-2 will be the end of it. Long Deptrai gets to step up with 1 additional survivor back to the manor.
Wow. It is whittling down to the wire for both these teams. It's 3-1, 3-1, and now 2-2. So ball is in the court of the next. I believe it's going to be IVS that's doing the surviving. If they're and also Kilauea home, how they're going to be able to push this match forward because they just need a 3-1. One of these need a three-person takedown or a 3-person out.
Exactly.
So going down to the wire, Articuno.
Oh man, like triple possibilities are working right now. It could be a victory for IVS, could be a victory for DT, or could be going into overtime Potch. It's a lot is up in the air here. This 2-2 really put both teams in a precarious situation because it comes down to either side trying to swing it in their favor.
Yep. So let's try to break down that match because we just saw a hat trick there. We were treated to 3 Photo Boy matches, and we did pose the question: would this be the download phase was complete for Long Deptrai? He did get a 2-person takedown, so that is an improvement with how we saw him in terms of how he hunted in the first 2 rounds. So again, I just really think the survivors on both these teams are very formidable. It's really down to the wire, and let's see how this match will play out. But breaking down that match, Long Deptrai really tried to use the Photo World to maximum efficiency to really hamper. He really had a good chase at the early start and good takedown. But you know what? The survivors were very... they lasted really long because the Gravekeeper, the Mercenary eating a lot of hits, the Prospector being very pesky, and the Perfumer as well, just playing to perfection. So really intense matchup we have in our mids, Articuno.
Yes, sirree. God, it's super duper tense. Now, let's talk about possibilities moving forward. So, talking about the map. Now we have, at least that's one thing we can work with now. We have our map now. So it's interesting because any team that faces IVS, if you're on the survivor side, you're in a very unique circumstance where not only do you have to take into account what prime picks are as of this meta, but also you also have to take into account what respect bands you have to put onto long depth try. But let's check out the match data first off, because long depth try did a lot of work in this game.
Yeah, let's put a pin on that conversation because I do want to talk about those respect bans. But long dip try just going all out with those attack hits, 20 attack hits, 11 knockdowns, I believe, in the photo world. And I want to see a percentage of those in the real world and photo world. But you see on the other side of DT, they were able to push those ciphers to perfection because the exit gate was open. Jumperior seeing most of the chase early on, but then you did see the mercenary do a lot of work in containing the hunter as well as Little Boy. So excellent stuff on the side of both teams. We're at a 2-2. It's still a stalemate for both these teams. And you were talking about those respect bans.
Yeah. Like going up against long dip try, I think as a survivor, it's a bit trickier. You really have to weigh in. Do I just stick to primes? Do I just focus on priority? It was a mix of the two going into round 3. But you know what? The end results were DT was able to roll with the punches of the photographer once again. They did lose out on a survivor extra this time though. So yeah, that's the footwork that both sides were able to make the most out of. Like we said, heading into this round 3, because things are still equal 10 per side.
Yes.
IVS and DT have to work double time to try to tilt the scales in their favor. Try to get that 3-1 minimum. Pushing it into overtime, I think, is going to be very exhausting for these players. So they definitely want to try to close it out as much as possible.
Yeah, and just to go with the trend of how survivors have been performing, IVS just needs to duplicate their performance in the first 2 rounds for them to win. They need that 3-1. If it does go for that 2-2, we're seeing a tie, and these guys are just going over the limit and beyond. So I think the pressure is on Kilauea Home because of how well these survivors do last. Best case scenario for IVS, just duplicate the same performance. They need that 3-1. On the flip side, if they do get a tie, we're going to see a tiebreaker. So we're really in the middle, and this has to be the most neck and neck match throughout. And also with the representation of the different hunters, I have to say is one of the most unique matches we're witnessing in IVC.
Yes, sirree. And okay, let's talk about circumstance, because for hunters, I am definitely confident that Kilauea Home can bring whatever hunter is appropriately needed based on survivor picks and the map. What I do kind of worry though for Kilauea Home is we've seen IVS being super capable, super competent at bringing, if they need to, even interesting picks to the table. So I think the most you can do in this case is because respect banning would be hard. The most you can do for if you're Kilauea Home is just focus on members of the triumvirate, so to speak. Plus, if you feel that a priestess ban is merited, then sure. But I mean, given this map,
yeah, I feel like the most respectable ban or the respect ban would probably be either a forward or a prospector from Zhao Khan.
Right.
Because to deal with that prospector stunning the hunter, and it just shows that we've seen IVS and DT hunt. They don't want to go for excitement. They just go for the blink. So it wouldn't be a shocker if he goes for the triumvirate ban. But now I want to know, IVS, are they gonna respect ban the Bonbon? Are they gonna respect ban the Axe Boy coming into this match? Because that leaves the Bloody Queen open. That leaves the Dream Witch open for Kilauea Home to actually go for.
Yes, and it's another question whether or not Kilauea Home, if given the opportunity, is comfortable enough to bring these picks forward. There's, I feel like in this particular case, there's a lot more variables than we had for the first half, because for the first half, there was definitely confidence that like there's that 50-50 of photographer coming in or not. Long Dip Try was confident of bringing it in round 3, but you know what? And we don't have to speculate anymore. There, Bonbon as well as Axe Boy. That's smart coming in from IVS, I would say.
True, the respect bans are coming out. Kilowai Home banning the Seer, the Priestess, and the Mercenary does not want to deal with any of that, but that leaves the mechanic up for grabs. Will IVS go for the mechanic though? Wolfie going with the Perfumer, Kridana going for the Gravekeeper. We are seeing the forward of Zhao Kahn and Mar with that very just top tier mechanic.
Yes, sirree. And question is, what is Kilowai Home bringing to the table?
And we're going to see... we thought that the Queen was not going to appear in this matchup in the 3rd round, but she is making her presence felt. Sacred Heart Hospital is where we're going to settle this. Are we going to see a tiebreaker, or will one of the teams break the tie and break the trend for them to secure their first point in the group stages?
Yes, sir. Oh, man, this is crazy. It's kind of funny and interesting because this almost still feels like a round 1. This feels like a round 1 selection, because like a mechanic coming through. Although usually for round 1 we'd see 2 of the 3 of the triumph, but I mean nonetheless, for IVS, in the context of IVS, like Gravekeeper, Perfumer, Forward, these are all picks they would still bring to a round 1. But you know what? Kilowai Home already finding his first target in Kiridona. Kiridona, unfortunately, not able to get the full utility out of that dig. Already gets wiped back into the plains of the earth. Pallet drop will come in and we'll just try to prolong the kite.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Again, the hospital is one of the safe havens of these survivors. Kiridana here shifting his attention to that window, and Kilowai Home realizing that, trying to extend the chase and still zone in on this Gravekeeper. He does have utility, but he's not able to use it. Excellent swipe on Kilowai Home.
Oh man, here you go. The burr back deep into the earth he shall go, but that's a lot that Kilowai Home is forcing out of Kiridona this early on. And the fact of the matter is, if Kilowai Home successfully gets all of that away from Gravekeeper, that's one less rescue tool that IVS will have.
And mind you, Articuno, as this Gravekeeper is buying a lot of time, the mechanic is doing a lot of work in terms of her pushing ciphers and pushing objectives. No more resources for the Gravekeeper, and he will be falling down. We do have a forward ready to go for that rescue, as well as Perfumer. We have a lot of utility to work with in terms of IVS's survival.
Right. Perfumer or forward are the more optimal ones to try to go for the rescue. Kilowai Home, this is a great transition that he's going for. Not only is he forcing Zhao Kahn away from the cipher, but also kind of puts him away from the rescue. But you know what? It doesn't matter because someone else was on duty for that rescue.
Wow.
And it was going to be Mechanic. Okay.
Interesting. Excellent stuff on the mechanic part. Waiting for him to drop that pallet. Kilowai Home here, just so preoccupied to try to chair this Gravekeeper. Mar again, just playing with the hunter's attention as much as he can, but then that mirror image will be popped. Still working with the pallets, but oh wow, the Gravekeeper will be falling once again, and Mar is hightailing it out of there. And I believe we're gonna see another person go on rescue duty.
Yeah, but okay, looks like from what we're seeing here as far as interactions, looks like Zhao Kahn will be on rescue duty this time, while Mar keeps Kilowai Home preoccupied. Kilowai Home falling a bit short of those hits, but finally, 3rd time is a charm as it lands, but that does give enough time for Zhao Kahn to try to narrow in. Mirror image will be popped up though by Kilowai Home, so that's going to be a bit tricky here. Zhao Kahn has to be careful, goes for the rescue, but both of them can take another hit, but it is ideal. Kilowai Home, he wants in on Kiridona for one last time.
That's true. And now Kiridana playing around the structures here as the mirror cooldown is happening. Excellent pallet drop, and the cooldown of that mirror is still happening. Mar is hit as well as Zhao Kahn, and the Perfumer is the one that's pushing those objectives. 2 ciphers left, so it's still anyone's game as they try to prolong the Gravekeeper's life. The mechanic will be the one to eat that hit, and Kilowai Home is not satisfied with that. He will try to go for this Gravekeeper and try to tunnel him to send him back to the manor, Articuno.
Yeah, question is, will IVS allow it? Take note though, that's 3 survivors that have been preoccupied. That's okay, wait a minute. Cypher has been popped. They're making a run for it.
Excellent timing on that perfumer pop there, that Cypher. And the Gravekeeper will be falling, but my goodness, all these swipes have been happening. Mind you, that the Bloody Queen has shifted to teleport, so it's still anyone's game because of that detention.
This is huge. What IVS ideally would want to accomplish is to try to get that exit gate open ASAP, but the teleport comes in, and KaylaYom knows the direction she would be going, but the puppet, though, is the one that takes the hit. The gate is open! Ladies and gents, can't they make it out? Wolfie's at the dungeon. They go for it. They get the 3-1. We have our winner, and it will be IVS that takes this.
In spectacular fashion. You saw that scramble there, that the mechanic was ready, but the forward was ready for that tackle. Those seconds were so dire for IVS. Excellent job on that scramble, and the perfumer backdooring it with the dungeon.
Oh my
Chef
gosh.
kisses go out to that team. Wow.
Can I also say, like, the long-term benefit of keeping the mechanic in play, that was so smart, using the puppet to work on that gate. So
yes,
because like it makes a lot of sense. Hunter instinct would be, as soon as you make that teleport, somebody would most likely maybe be on that dial. And by risking the puppet, at least, like, not only do you avoid someone taking a hit, but also like that moment where that Hunter gets that hit, that's like like
hit stun.
Like that hit stun. So just, oh man, like, big brain plays they're coming in from IVS. My gosh.
I'm maining mechanic now. That was beautifully done. My goodness. Clutch victory. It's insane how these matchups all boil down to the final round towards the end. Like, it was neck and neck, but those last seconds really painted the picture. And you said it best. Like, it's like we're going into this as the first round.
Right.
And it just shows why Mechanic is such a respectable band, because not only was she able to push those ciphers, she was really able to create that extra body for KaylaYom to worry about. And wow, that moment was worthy of a highlight for big brain there, for her to use that mechanic doll just to distract the Hunter, to baiting a hit out of it, and the forward right off the bat, going for the tackle, and the exit gate did open. Oh, just right in the nick of time.
That was a very intense. That was a very intense second half, because you also have to take note, guys. 3 survivors were halfway through their health bars, trying to keep that Bloody Queen preoccupied. And okay, IVS doing us proud with getting our predictions. They made up for it today, Potch. They made up for it. But yeah, as I was saying, that was still very high risk, high reward. That's why I was nearly holding my breath. During that time, there were 3 survivors within proximity of Bloody Queen, because there were a lot of things that could have gone wrong within that minute. So yeah, a lot of trust in their other teammate. There was just so much going on, I couldn't keep track. But yeah, the one that was trusted to work on those ciphers, impeccable timing on that pop. Yeah, just so many things that could have gone wrong, but at the end of the day, IVS made sure that they did right.
Yeah, it just shows that, IVS and DT have really strong survivor comps, and very just a little bit off textbook Hunters in terms of we saw how crazy the Joseph was, and unorthodox picks. So really interesting how they fared out. IVS, the first one to be between the two to get 1 point on the board. So excellent stuff on that part. I want to actually see who the MVP is, because that was an insane scramble towards the end, and they were really able to play to perfection how they contained that Bloody Queen. So, wow.
Oh my gosh. Still goes to say, though, like, great job from DT, because this was such a close match. I thought match 1 was close. Apparently, these guys wanted to contest that and say, we're going to go half season both of the rounds. But let's go ahead and check out the match data just to see how that all... Can we just give a round of applause for Kiradona for just being the kite master for this second match? Oh my gosh.
Even though that KaylaYom was able to expend the the shovels of this gravekeeper, he was able to contain, and I believe that that also gives kudos to the great saves coming from Mar and Zhao Khan when push came to shove, and also shout outs to Mar and Zhao Khan being able to do their part in terms of pushing the ciphers and containing, but excellent pop on the last cipher by Wolfie. And not to mention Kilowai Holmes' very intense Bloody Queen. 10 attack hits, 2 pallets destroyed, and 6 knockdowns. It just shows that he can play in terms of the meta. So really intense match. When it came down to the wire, IVS was the one on top.
Lesson learned for today: don't make Kiradona your first choice of survivor to chase for the game.
That was intense, especially with Mar on the mechanic being able to push those ciphers. So it was interesting how he was able to snipe out that first shovel hit. Kilowai Home, just really focusing on Kiradana, able to send him back to the manor, but it was a 3-person out. So here are the match results, ladies and gentlemen. IVS on top with, this is 13 points versus 11 points on the side of DT. Them being able to tie things up with NR in Group B.
Yeah, I mean, what a day it has been. Here's our MVP. We'll still give it up for Little Boy. We've been giving a lot of praise to IVS, but we got to give kudos and highlight to how well DT fared in this matchup as well. 260% decode progress and had a spare time to put in some crowd control to boot to keep his team alive. So
not to mention average heals. A prospector is not a healing character. He average heal of 6 because again they were up against three photographers, so they had to do a lot of just mini micromanagement of their health, and Little Boy being the medic of the crew, even though we didn't see that much doctor there or priestess. So excellent stuff on both these teams. Wow.
Right. Wow. I mean, this guy is not just leaving the tournament. This particular day of the tournament with an MVP, he's also leaving with a PhD with his doctorate. Like after all that healing, oh my gosh.
Yes. Aside from healing, he can also throw magnets. So it just shows that. And you're mentioning it would be ideal for everyone to know each character because of legendary rules, right? So it just shows that these players are pretty well rounded and they do have their preferred picks, right. But they can rock other characters if push comes to shove.
Can I just say I am so jealous of the Thai casters being able to do all the interviews? Like, it would be so nice to get insight from the players straight off, like finishing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With the help of the Identi5 community and them linking us to the profiles, we can actually do that. And that's because we did talk to like Wolfie and some people from IVS. They did feel a lot of pressure coming into this, and they were able to shine under pressure for them to get that 1 point. It did come down to the wire, and all these matches were real nail biters from pillar to post, especially towards that last half of the third round. Wow.
I just want to bring up a DM I had with Wolfie, where Wolfie said Wolfie will do his best in the next games. No more terror shocks.
Yes, he saw that.
They did.
What a way to shine under pressure there, Wolfie. Congratulations.
Yeah.
You and your team, IVS. Yeah.
I mean, you have to take note, not just IVS, even DT. Like, the fact they were consistent 3-1s for the first and second round, it really shows the competence of the survivors for both DT and IVS to be that slippery, that efficient at working around these hunters. Especially DT, like, I'm sorry, but they deserve a award in endurance. I cannot, for the life of me, deal with a photographer for 3 games in a row. Like, oh my gosh.
And for them to be as consistent,
right.
At least 2 person out. I mean, we did see a change of survivors down in the last, but again, you're just depleting their resources. And when you go up against a photographer, it's really an endurance marathon, an endurance run for you because of how crazy the photo worlds can really extend your decoding progress. And just you constantly being feared of, those jump scares of him coming in and like, oh, hello. Yeah, terror shock, sir. So intense. So shout outs to DT. Do show them your love, ladies and gentlemen. Team Destiny really came to play. Still looking to get on the board. I actually want to see the updated group stages in terms of the scoreboard, because I'm pretty sure it's shifted and we're ready to see and build those narratives of the other teams.
Right. Oh man, I speaking of narratives, there's just probably this is the beauty of us being MCs. By the way, we get the front row seats in a way of not literally, obviously, but of every single game that happens. So like we're able to follow every single narrative, and I think I guess that's also why we're kind of hell-bent and keen on following these players wherever we can on social media, like whether they're streaming or putting out content, because it's great to follow the journey of these guys. And I'm pretty sure like even in our audience, they especially for, by the way, to all of you in the audience as well, you guys are real MVPs, especially to those that have tuned into IVC for every single day, or let's say if maybe you just not back. I was thinking back read, like back watch all of the previous VODs.
Can I just say one of the real MVPs is the one that puts timestamps on these things. So shout outs to you guys. You guys are the unsung heroes. I as I was studying, I'm like, I appreciated so much of the people that just shows the love and care for the community that, these members have. So shout outs to you guys. Please reach out to me and Articuno if you have any tidbits of knowledge with all these players, because we do want to highlight them as much as possible, and we do want to get immersed and into their stories and tell them to you guys as MCs here. So again, we've said it time and time again, we have the best seats in the house, and we want to take that with responsibility and really showcase who these players are and how they can be highlighted in any way in IVC.
Also, just so, because I'm always on the lookout for insights that you from the audience want to share as well, whether your feedback on the game or even if you have feedback for us MCs on how we can improve, like because I want to really, like, as each weekend goes by, I really want to work on my analysis. But yeah, any other feedback, feel free to let us know on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook. That's interesting. Like almost every platform, there's a community that's active. Like for our Philippine community, a lot of them are through Facebook. For a mix of everybody on Instagram. A lot of the Japanese people on Twitter. And a lot of international peeps as well on Twitter. So it's like there's so many communities you can follow through social media.
Yeah, I should get back on Twitter. I want to see the Japanese scene. But shout outs to you guys, like Link, especially Ronna Campbell. I know I've shouted you out already, but it was a big help for you to just link all the socials and for us to really talk to the players and get to know how they are in, outside of the tournament, and really get their mindset and really pick their brain and know the mind, soul, and hearts of the competitive Identity 5 scene here in Southeast Asia. Again, we love you all. You guys are the MVPs, to be honest. Thank you so much for just giving the love and support to the Identity 5 community.
Yeah, and if you guys are like tweeting about IVC in real time, like feel free to how about we put out a hashtag, Poch, just so that like we can catch your tweets. Like after a broadcast, we'll check tweets that you guys have, and who knows, we might be shouting out you guys as well for whatever feedback we see. Let's probably go with because we have so many variations of how identity, like IVC 2020C, sometimes it's IVC C 2020. So here we go. You know what? Okay, let's settle on the hashtag IVC 2020C.
Yeah, that could be good. Yeah, for sure.
Because just so that it doesn't get mixed up with the other IVCs that are happening. So today's results, Poch, would you do the honors?
Yes, again, you're not seeing double, ladies and gentlemen. We did see a lot of, ties in round 1, round 2. But, it just picked up towards the end, and that's how neck and neck these teams are. 7H versus GK. GK getting the better of that matchup. And IVS versus DT. IVS just by 2 points, Articuno gets themselves on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations again to our winners, to GK, further solidifying their position in their group, and to IVS, who is keeping the dream alive in their group.
And now here are the group stages, the group results. So over at Group A, VX and GK, no surprises there, them being the juggernauts of that team, of this group stage, and MP and 7H still looking to get on the board. While over at Group B, OSM leading the pack with 2 wins, while NR and IVS are locked in at 1 apiece, and DT is still looking to get on the board.
Oh my god, I just realized looking at these groups, like Awesome, NR, and IVS are in the same group. Can I am such a fan of all 3 of those teams, so I'm kind of disappointed that one of them isn't gonna make it to top 4. Oh man, I wish I could have seen all 3 of them, but yeah, I guess that's just how it is.
Yeah, we want to find the best of the best, and unfortunately, we do have to see some teams, end their journey. But so far, we're still in the group stages, and here's a summary, like a snapshot of the different round winning points. In Group A, you see that VX still, still leading the pack here, 2-2, and GK also not too far behind. Still getting 2 net wins, but the difference is 29-22. While MP and 7H, again, I honestly think Group A is one of the most competitive groups on this roster. Having VX and GK in one pool, that's a really tough task if you're going up against them.
And it's very tricky. I mean, VX and GK, there's no way to dilly-dally this. They've already solidified their spot into top 4. But here's where it's kind of tricky, because Awesome for sure with 2 wins already, because you need a 2 out of 3 to get out of your group. Unless like some weird tie comes in. But based on what's going on, that's not going to be happening for these guys. NR versus IVS is very delicate, because their last game in this group is gonna make or break them in making it to top 4. That's why it's so tense, because both. Oh god, I can't like.
We got to cross that bridge when we get there. But for now, IVS can rest right now, knowing that they were able to best DT. But yeah, that's a matchup for everyone to look forward to. Awesome leading the pack, so they're pretty safe in terms of the point system, because everyone has to face each other at least once. So it was really neck and neck between the match, OSM and NR, and we had the privilege of calling that match last week. So if you guys want to check that out, it's a barn burner of a match. It's pretty intense.
Oh gosh. So there you have it, guys. That has been the points for today. Before we sign off in a while, watch. Again, there's 2 more days of group stage ahead of us, guys. So it's coming down to the wire. Especially for Group B. Group B is, I think, where the stakes are still very high. It's still undetermined who will the final 2 teams that will make it out of this particular group. So yeah, it's just all very, very exciting.
And we can't encourage you guys enough to catch these matches and not miss any match that would transpire, because they are building their journey, their IVC journey, and this is just one of the many that we'll have. And you can see the different cast of characters like shift and play around with different teams, and this is 2020. I'm pretty sure that we're going to see much more developed gameplay as we go along. But tomorrow's match, we're going to see VX versus GK. That is going to be an intense one, Articuno. But not too far behind is DT going up against NR. Now, NR, interestingly enough, if they win against DT, can actually break the trend of going up against IVS.
Yes, and DT, their chances of making top 4 are unfortunately not quite within grasp, but they can still end their tournament run on a bang. And you also have to take note, if they, on the flip side, win, that could be a potential huge upset for Noir. So I think tomorrow is definitely going to be something to look forward to. VX versus GK, 2 juggernauts going up against each other, and DT looking to end their tournament run on a bang, and potentially Noir wanting to avoid an upset.
I'm excited at the same time. I'm not excited for making a prediction for that match.
Actually,
I know that people backstage are going to ask you and me, oh, who do you think? But you know what, GKVX, I'm really looking forward to that one because we're gonna see two juggernauts face off. DT versus NR though, I think all eyes are gonna be on that match. And DT being, you know, a game team, are not gonna go down on their sword just yet. They're gonna be able to showcase what they got. And you know, I hope NR will also bring it because I'm sure that DT has a fire under them, as PG as that term is. They will be able to, you know, swing with that momentum and see how far they can get in this group stage.
Definitely. And oh man, we've reached the end of our stream pot. So any final shout outs you want to give or plugs that you want to put out there where our fellow detectives can look out for you on social media?
Yeah, just a big shout out to the Identity 5 community. Thank you so much for welcoming me and Articuno. You know, again, we just have the best seat in the house, and we just, as well, we want to be able to portray the community as best as possible. So do let us know if you have any stories that you want to share with these cast of players and the different insights that you can bring to the table, because we are from the Philippines, so we do have our own community there. So thank you so much again for, you know, just being very supportive. Articuno?
Yes. Thank you again to everybody. Such a warm welcome from the Southeast Asian community. You guys are awesome. Hope we can interact with you guys just as much we're able to interact with the players right now. Also, I do community streams 3 to 4 times a week for Identity 5. Very, very consistent this time. So be sure to check me out Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, Articuno. It'll come out if you search for it. I mean, I have a very weird spelling to my name, so it's hard to spell it, but once you do, I'm not hard to find.
There you go.
So, yeah, this has been the Identity 5 Championship 2020 for Southeast Asia. Your time in the spotlight. See, this has been Articuno and Potchspice. I'm so sad to say goodbye, but we'll see you again tomorrow for more Identity 5 action. But for the meantime, have a great evening, y'all, and adios.